past 1020 last week, where we said that you just needed a simple majority at a workshop to be able to direct the superintendent to do something. So we tried to get rid of the confusion on consensus, and we as a board voted that it was a simple majority. So we should probably not be using the consensus anymore. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. What is on the agenda for the 9th workshop? Because I don't want to push it back, because we have been telling people that we're making the final vote in January. So what is on the workshop agenda?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, so we have our advisory committee reports. We have supplemental pay. We have education mitigation agreement and related items, redefining our schools, outstanding student debt, meal debt, and the district budget update.
So, in my opinion, we don't have enough time to truly discuss redefining transportation ideas, magnet programs that haven't come back. So, either I think that meeting should be dedicated to redefining, or we have to figure something else out, because this is too important to shove in a 2-hour meeting.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Sullivan, I think we dedicated about 3 hours with the expectation that we may be going over that time.
2.5 hours. The other complication that we were going to bring up to the board, unfortunately, that was the only date that we could pick for our showcase at the Panther Arena, and that starts at 5. So we were going to see if the board wanted to consider moving that workshop to the 10th to allow for more time. There is a BEF All-Star breakfast that morning, but we could have a later start on the 10th.
So is there an objection to, so let me make this clear. So you wanted to move the workshop on the 9th to the 10th?
We were going to recommend that because for those who are going to the showcase on the 9th would be hard pressed against that 5 o'clock start time over at the Panther Arena.
Okay. I think, well, I'll go around to ask my colleagues about that, but I think maybe the concern is we're not getting to the core of the concern, which is that there is a lot on that agenda. So I think my question would be, is there a way to move things off that agenda?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a way to move some things off the agenda. We've already been in discussion to kind of prioritize what can we push back to January workshop versus what needs to stay on the December workshop. Okay,
so with that understanding that there would be things removed from that agenda, does anyone object to moving the workshop to the 10th?
And I'm sorry, Chair, before you go that, I just want to also be transparent. There is also a debate luncheon on the 10th. This starts at 11, so that would probably preclude the board members who wanted to participate in that luncheon on the 10th.
That's a choice that we all have to make, right?
So is attending the Jubilee.
Ms. Hickson.
I think Ms. Bowman.
Ms. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome. I was confused when we have the showcase on the day that we have this workshop. That's very important. I invite my colleagues because, with the exception of Dr. Holness, right now, Ms. Thompson has the most activity happening in her district in terms of redefining, and I think that we would be doing a huge disservice to our colleague if we're not spending as much time as possible understanding the dynamics of a district that we don't necessarily represent. The dynamics of understanding your own district is hard enough, let alone to make decisions on a place where you don't live. So with all due respect to whatever else is being brought up, the impact to our communities here is so important that we are fully advised and have enough time to talk about it that I don't really know what else is more important than that right now. I don't think we're making many more important decisions. I don't know why the showcase is on the same day. I've already paid for my tickets for the debate thing, and I'm very frustrated right now with the timing of this because it doesn't make any sense. We know this is happening. We're getting squeezed, and then these unnecessary conflicts are coming up. I invite everybody to really look at what's important here and what our job is, which is to make these hard decisions and to really give it the attention that it requires so that we're making the right decisions.
Ms. Hickson, then Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. I'd like to just make an alternate suggestion. Why can we possibly do the workshop December 8th just on redefining and then continue and take it off the 9th? That would give us 8 hours on the 8th to only talk about redefining. And if there was something left over, you could put it on there, but have the workshop on the 8th and then another one on the 9th.
Second.
Was that a motion?
Oh, sure. I'd like to move that we add a workshop solely for redefining on December 8th to our calendar.
And to Ms. Hickson, is that in place of the 9th meeting?
No, both.
So an 8th and a
The
9th?
8th is only about redefining, and the 9th could stay whatever it is.
All right, who seconded that? Ms. Rupert? Okay. So Ms. Hickson moved that we do a redefining workshop on December 8th and then keep the regular agenda for the workshop on the 9th without redefining. And it was seconded by Ms. Rupert. Any public comment on the motion?
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion as a member of the public that the new board chair said that you guys serve, and the motion helps you move in that direction. And I also agree that you've been making way too many decisions at workshops. So whatever you discuss at that workshop would then come to a board meeting. So I think this is an improvement. Thank you.
Any other comment from the public? Board comment? Dr. Zeman?
Great. I really appreciate the motion. I think this is going to give us the intent of what Ms. Thompson asked for, and a really creative idea. I'll remind my colleagues that the state law says we cannot conduct business at a workshop, and state law preempts any kind of county policy. So we need to be thoughtful about it, and I maintain my concerns. I hope next year we think hard about if we're going to repurpose again what we do at a workshop when we cannot conduct business at a workshop. And I just want to make sure that the public is completely aware when we're making decisions that affect their community and their schools openings, that we do it in the light of day at a place where we can make decisions legally. Thank you.
Any other board comment? I just want to put in the back of everyone's mind too, we have an item on the agenda, on the special school board meeting agenda today regarding the general counsel votes, and the original suggestion would be to do the interviews during the week of the 8th. I'm not saying that that means we shouldn't do what's being suggested here. I support the motion, but I just want everyone to just have an idea in the back of their minds, all of the things that we're going to have to be doing in December. So I just want to make that clear. Any other board discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I have 3 or possibly 4 motions I want to make about this. Is it reasonable, Chair, to talk about the conduct of closed-door sessions at this point?
Ms. Jack Adams?
Through the chair, closed-door sessions are confidential, so I'm not sure what the discussion will be with regards to it.
Let me clarify,
Is it
please.
procedural?
We're at an organizational meeting. We're organizing for the year. I have a motion to make about how we conduct closed-door meetings that have nothing to do with the content of those closed-door meetings.
Through the chair, since it's procedural, then that's okay.
Terrific. My motion is that I would like closed-door sessions to be organized and presented with the same depth and backup material and data as our public meetings.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Is there a public comment on the motion?
Natalie Lynch-Walsh again. I agree with the motion, but also there's also creative license with what can and cannot go in a closed door. So since you're getting a new general counsel, I hope that the new general counsel will understand the difference. I agree, though, that they should be organized and have backup so you can make good decisions behind closed doors that we're not aware of, but also don't put everything behind a closed door if it's not legally allowed to be behind a closed door. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board comment? Ms. Rupert?
I want to thank Dr.
All right, Anna Fusco, BTU president. Oh, 1 minute? Okay, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union president. I agree with Dr. Alan Zeman that you guys should have it a lot more organized and maybe really consider and pick and choose exactly what goes in the closed door and what really should be out in the public, considering your hostile takeover of our high school and middle school block scheduling and personalization courses, that you guys must have had it in a closed door session, because I went through all of the videos of workshops and board meetings and I saw nothing mentioned. So I don't know if you guys have a discussion of what exactly should be closed door, what's not closed door, what's negotiated, what's ignored of a contract talked about in closed door, purposeful, knowing of, and then you do a hostile takeover. So I agree, get the closed door sessions in check.
Thank you. Any other additional public comment? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I'll start again. Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for that motion. I unsuccessfully tried to bring a B item. It went into Granicus, and that's the rest of it. But it was about asking the superintendent to direct school principals to request the school advisory councils suspend any vote regarding scheduling for the 26-27 school year until further notice. And as it pertains to closed door, I would not be against having something that's ratified in a board meeting afterwards, so it's extremely in the sunshine. Let's just say, so we get a sunburn, it's in the sunshine. So thank you.
Any other board comment on the motion, which is to ensure that the board is given the same amount of backup and information and organization in closed door as we are in board meetings? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Second motion is really to try and, what I think is a technical correction. We're passing today a calendar that runs through next year's November, and it always seems strange to me that we don't at least go till the end of the calendar year. So I checked with our legal counsel, who said that it's feasible for us to do that. And so I would like to ask the superintendent, if we are planning already for December of 2026, when would the workshop and when would the school board meeting be on December of 2026?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Sullivan?
I'm trying to confirm when FSBA will be next year. That's the only challenge that is in front of us in terms of picking that date now. And I don't know the answer to when they're going to meet. The safest bet, and then the board can adjust accordingly, would probably be having the workshop on December 8th and the board meeting on the 15th.
Terrific, thank you. And so I'm asking for us just to do something a little different by 1 month, which is at today's meeting set the calendar for next December as well. We keep running into these items toward the end of the year where we say, well, we probably will do that on December something, but because those are planned dates, I don't find that to be very satisfying for the public. So I'd like to set the December 2026 workshop for December 8th and the December 2026 school board meeting for December 15th.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on the motion. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I wanted to actually try to clarify that week time. It's always the first week in December. So if you've got a late end of the year, like on the 30th or something, it's a long one, it'll be the next full week. So that's been like that since I've been on the board, so that might help. And the same thing with the end of the school year is the first week in June as well.
Dr.
So that's why I picked it based on that historical practice. But we don't have the solidified date from FSBA yet. But again, if the board goes with this motion and FSBA schedules something differently, then we can bring a item to adjust the board calendar.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, besides the conflict, the possible conflict with FSBA's schedule, is there any other concern with this motion?
No, naturally we're going to have a lot of conflicts in November, December, just for the holidays. So there's all kind of culminating events before the new year starts. So, but besides the usual conflicts, I don't see any concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other board comment? All in favor of the motion to make December 8th, 2026 a workshop and December 15th, 2026 a regular school board meeting? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And Chair, my third motion is really kind of in light of the past 3 years on this board. It's been very difficult for the staff to get contracts, to get end-of-year things to us. I'd like for April, May, and June to switch from 2 workshops and 1 school board meeting to 2 school board meetings and 1 workshop on the same date. So for those 3 months, in April, May, and June, we have 3 meetings. I would just make a motion that the workshops become school board meetings and the school board meeting in the middle become a workshop. That gives us 2 weeks to get chunks of the end-of-year contracts set up for academics the next year, make sure we get laptops done on time. The pace of things to do school board meetings once a month just doesn't work when you get into crunch time. I've watched it for 3 years, and I thought that the calendar this year was going to come in and represent that anyway, because we had talked about it on several school board meetings. But my motion is for April, May, and June to shift from 1 school board meeting and 2 workshops to 2 school board meetings on the workshop days and 1 workshop meeting on the middle meeting, the workshop meeting that's on the proposal today.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment, Dr. Holness.
Yes, Dr. Hepburn, with this motion, are there any concerns reducing the number of workshops and increasing the number of board meetings during this period? And what do you see as the benefit or challenges of doing so?
Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
I just wanted to say, Dr. Zeman, we did account for what you said somewhat in the June schedule. So if you look at the item on the 23rd of June, there is a special school board meeting in addition to the regular school board meeting on the 9th. But if the board wanted to add more, that's up to the board, but just wanted to point that out.
Yep. And then for me, I don't see any issues. I said for me, I don't see any issues for April and May. We do have a lot of contracts that come through that time of the year, and the board knows those meetings are usually longer than most of the other meetings during the school year.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just a thought, is it possible to do a school board meeting for half the day and then a workshop for the other half in case there's only 4 or 5 items for the school board meeting? I'd hate to waste the time that we would have workshop items. Would that make sense? Or can you just bring it at a school board meeting? I guess you couldn't if there was rule development we were trying to make.
We always try to calculate the end of a meeting, but usually not successful with the time frame.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Just wondering if we could do half and half.
Yeah, I think our items have been averaging, Mr. Sullivan, about 60 to 70 items per board meeting, and usually that time of the year usually goes up to probably about 80 plus, 100, yeah, or even 100 sometimes.
Maybe Dr. Zeman, you'd be amenable to, since there's already 1 special, maybe you could add another special for the April 28th Tuesday. There's nothing scheduled for that day. And that would give you 2 specials in addition to the regular school board meetings for the month of April and June.
Do you mind if I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to stick with my motion, and here's why. Last year, we had a school board meeting with 125 items and 6,000 pages of backup material. I'd rather have one with 62 items and 3,000 pages every 2 weeks. And I think that my 4th motion, which is really about, how do we conduct business during a workshop, will allow workshops to be more productive. And I just feel like if we end up, the worst case of all, having a 5 or 6 hour school board meeting rather than an 8 with a lot of pressure to like talk very quickly in the last hour, I don't like that. I don't like, sure, we can talk about an item, but can you go? We're almost out of time. Then having to stay another hour. I think the 8 hours is good, but if we're going to get to the 8 hours, I just feel like during the crunch months of the year, we would just be better at a pace where we have 2 workshops and 2 school board meetings and 1 workshop.
Any other board comment on the motion?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Dr. Zeman, I did listen to Board Member Hickson's comment regarding, if we don't have enough items on the actual school board. So is there a way, and I don't know, where the motion could be adjusted to give the superintendent discretion on one of those school board meetings to include a workshop if there's not enough board items?
Absolutely, and if you don't mind, Chair. It's a legal question. I think the superintendent can call a workshop and the board can approve a workshop and add it at any time. We've done that in the past. Is that something that we could do if we're coming up 2 weeks from a school board meeting and it looks like we only have 4 hours of business and we want to do a 4-hour workshop because there's another repurposing or some other big item we want to discuss? Is that something we can do interregnum?
Through the chair, yes, you can. Right now you're discussing the calendar and what to put on the calendar, but if you want to do something in addition to that, based upon what business you have, whether it's a special meeting or a workshop, you can do that.
So I would normally amend the motion to Ms. Hickson's point, because I think it's a good point. Like if we really get to a point where there's 30 items, I also am not sure that this board will ever do a 4-hour school board meeting. I mean, I would love that we would. We're not disciplined like that right now. We have long meetings because of our behavior, not just because of the items that are brought to us, but I'm going to have a motion about that here next as well. So this is fine because I think we can do what Ms. Hickson asks 2 weeks in advance, 3 weeks in advance, if we start to get the point. And now we've got this point, and I appreciate your deference on this, Chair. At the end of every workshop, we stop and talk about the next 2 workshops. And I think at that point, we might say, wow, like we did today. It's a lot of good stuff, but we can't do it in one day, and we really wanted to do the repurposing for 1 full day. We could have, as we did today, add a second workshop to really get into the meat of those other worthy topics.
Any other board comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously.
My last one. I'm sorry, Chair. I said 3. I threw you a curveball. And on your first day as the chair, that wasn't very fair. I'd like to move that for workshop topics, that they come to the board with a summary paper. I call this the Jeff Bezos rule. In Amazon, you can't use PowerPoint. It's against the law. But you have to write papers, and you have to take the time to actually think about your topic and organize it in the same way we ask our students to do it. But if we could get, I'm not going to say we can't do PowerPoint, that's fine. My motion is just that when we get a topic for a workshop, that we get a summary paper for that as well, and that as a board, we commit to reading the complete papers before the start of the workshop.
Is there a second? Right. Motion fails without a second. Anything else, Dr. Zeman?
Nope.
Any other board comment on item number 1? All in favor of item number 1 as amended, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion on item number 2?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Is there any public comment on item number 2?
There's no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any board comment on item number 2? All in favor of item number 2, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion on item number 3?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Any public comment on item number 3?
No, ma'am.
Any board comment on item number 3? All in favor of item number 3, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion on item number 4?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Any public comment on item number 4?
We have 2 registered speakers. We have President Fusco and Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So this resolution, I remember the last time it came up, and it kind of sounds like how to keep your board in check. Last we checked, you guys are the boss of the superintendent, so there should not be items in here where you're giving away your power. Yes, everything in here sounds good on the surface, but if you're going to mention things like the lawful authority of the superintendent, then you might want to also include the responsibilities of your internal auditor, because there seems to be some confusion as to which things fall under your superintendent. You guys keep mentioning operational versus policy, but then there are very specific things that are not under the purview of the superintendent, but are in fact under the purview of your chief auditor. For example, the internal auditor shall perform ongoing, and I don't know how you would fit this in, so bear with me. You guys can think that through and amend your resolution if you care to. So the internal auditor shall perform ongoing financial verification of the financial records of the school districts, a comprehensive assessment of all areas of the school system every 5 years, and other audits and reviews as the district school board directs for determining A, the adequacy of internal controls designed to prevent and detect fraud, waste, and abuse as defined in Statute 11.45. B, compliance with applicable laws, rules, contracts, grant agreements, district school board policies, and best practices. C, efficiency of operations. D, reliability of financial records and reports. E, the safeguarding of assets. F, financial solvency. G, projected revenues and expenditures. H, the rate of change in the general fund balance. I bring this up because if the superintendent is in charge of operations, which you have a statement in here about the lawful authority of the superintendent, he or she cannot also be in charge of checking their own actions, meaning you cannot ask the fox to opine on why the chickens are dead. That should just not make sense to you. And the good news is you don't have to, because your internal auditor has responsibilities. So somewhere in here, because you guys keep asking the fox to find out, for instance, why 14 chickens almost got 3 days suspension the other day, and instead of calling for an audit. I sent something to the IG because you guys started to say it should be audited, but you didn't bring it home. So I said, don't worry, I'll send off the handy lease to the IG. I should not have to do that. You have a mechanism. You're mentioning the authority of the superintendent in this resolution, so please work in your other 2 direct reports. Don't get me started on general counsel. I'm sticking around for that later. Thank you.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union, President, and this is on your resolution. Is that the item, the resolution? 4. Right? Mm-hmm. Boardsmanship. In your resolution, it says, I will make decisions for the educational prosperity of all children and bring forth changes in a practice based on truthful and authentic facts. You had 3 students sitting here that you scared because you wouldn't let me give a point of order that they didn't have an opportunity to sign up because the sign-up sheet wasn't there. So maybe that should come out of this resolution. It says that I will represent my constituents and the best interest of the entire school district, refraining from solely conforming to the unproven convictions of individuals and special groups that may compromise the integrity of the school district. But you had a backdoor, closed-door session to purposely come after middle and high school, K-8, 6 through 12 block, and personalization, what those students wanted to get up and talk about. and you denied them. Maybe you want to take that out of the resolution also. Because you've already shown that you can't follow something in the resolution that is for the good of the students and the school district and your constituents. You purposely went and hijacked scheduling from the very students and constituents that you say in your resolution that you won't do. So I'm trying to figure out why you want to pass a resolution if you can't follow it. I mean, that's the purpose of a resolution. You had students that came in this room, were nervous as all. They didn't get an opportunity to sign up. You wouldn't listen. You shut them down. And they're afraid to get back up and speak. You feel good about yourselves? I mean, Mr. Severa tried. You should have done better and harder. Because I could tell you right now, if I was sitting up on that board, that wouldn't have happened. Oh, and I am considering for running. I'm making that declaration right here. Guess which seat? I'm appalled that you say you want to make a resolution, but you're not willing to follow it. When you have 3 students that have came in to speak, and you couldn't figure it out. And you hijacked the Broward Teachers Union and the school board's contract, and you have a resolution.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? I just would like to reiterate the way that we operate with public comment, as it was brought up. For quite a while now, we have asked people to sign up for public comment. If there is an issue with access to that, I would hope that people would reach out to staff or to me personally. So I just want to be clear about that. And then I want to reiterate that we are making public comment on these items. Is there any board comment on item number 4? Ms. Alhada?
Yes, so I'd like to make a motion on page 2, number 18. I move to add that the school board chair and vice chair will take Robert's Rules of Order training.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Alhada, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment on the motion?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Yes, please. That would definitely help some Robert's Rules of Order, which all your advisories read all the time. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. Everybody should be taking Robert's Rules of Order, and it's extremely important when we have a chair and a vice chair that they understand on protocol. And I brush up on Robert's Rules of Orders all the time. I'm the chair of my executive board of the Broward Teachers Union. And what we don't do is we don't deny our constituents to speak. Maybe you guys can figure it out, and while you're learning through Robert's Rules of Order how you can fit in when somebody needs to do a point of order other than just yourselves. Especially when it says in your resolution that you serve your constituents. We're here solely to serve. But then when someone wants to speak or give an input when they take their time, you clearly want to shut them down. So I appreciate the motion, but I hope everybody on the board has access to the training of Robert's Rules of Order.
Any other public comment on the motion? Board comment, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. This item is a resolution about boardmanship for all members. I don't think singling out chair and vice chair. That might make more sense to put in policy 1020. That's governing how we run our, because we talk about voting on chair and vice chair in policy 1020. So it might make sense to add it in there, but I wouldn't agree with adding it in this resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
What's the origin of this resolution? I know we had something similar last year, but is this just the second year that this is coming before us, or is this something that's happened historically?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, last year was the first year the board took this up, and it was at the direction of the board that staff presented it.
Is this the same resolution from last year?
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Yes.
The exact same?
There might have been a couple edits, but the substance is the same.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
I think Dr. Zeman.
Oh, yeah, that's
Dr. Holness.
Thanks so much. Then appreciate the deference, Dr. Holness. I understand the intent of it, and I'm sensitive where this should go. I love, that as a board, we acknowledge that Roberts isn't like a nuisance. Roberts is the most efficient way to run a meeting, and it protects the majority and it protects the minority. And I think we've grown a lot over the past couple of years in terms of fulfilling the Roberts responsibilities, which does not include a point of order ever from the audience, just so to amplify what the chair did earlier. It does, though, we have to figure out where to put this. This boardsmanship is a recommendation of our K-12 associations. They advocate for school boards to adopt things like this. So I was just up at the Council of Great Cities school meetings, 2 of them this year, one in Philadelphia, one in North Carolina last week. And in both of those, they addressed this idea that just setting common standards for things that make sense. I don't like number 17. I think it's like, we're elected officials. Like, the greatest disrespect we get is to lose an election or to fail to run because we don't have support from the community. I understand the censor motion. It's a very, strong thing, but I feel like we go into way too much detail on 17, but it is what it is. Don't feel strong enough that I'm going to make a motion to change it. And I love the idea of our chair and vice chair, having a great capability. I'm not sure that every chair and vice chair needs training, though. They might walk into the job and have it down, and it does well. So I'm going to ask at the conclusion of this item, or maybe, Chair, at the end of the meeting, if I just might have 10 seconds to ask you and Dr. Holness about one thing. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Board Member Al-Hadaf, I like the motion. However, I do understand the concerns by Dr. Zeman and also Board Member Hickson. The other question I have regarding the motion is that I believe all of us would benefit from having knowledge of Robert's rules. I'm thinking this could be a board training as opposed to the chair and the vice chair alone. So I am willing to entertain this as a board training so that all of us can be versed in Robert's rules.
Would you like to make a substitute motion?
I'd like to make a substitute motion that the board engage collectively in a training of Robert's rules.
Second, Ms. Hickson? Oh, sorry. Do we have to take a public comment on the substitute motion? Public comment on the substitute motion?
Was there a second?
I seconded it.
Okay.
Oh, motion made by Dr. Holness, seconded by Ms. Leonardi. Any public comment on the motion?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. That actually makes more sense because after the first objection, I go, okay, like advisory members, training for everybody. Because we all have to go through Sunshine Law, Robert's Rules of Order, ethics, seems only fair. And Robert's Rules of Order does not include things like gaslighting. So maybe that's something you could work on because a couple of you tend to, actually one in particular tends to gaslight, and that's not in Robert's Rules of Order. And you do work for the public. So that should be part of training as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I've mentioned it in the first motion that everybody should get a refresher training. Unless you're a solid, known parliamentarian, everybody needs to get brushed up on. Even with my little comment of point of order from the audience, it's about the board, I get that. But you can amend things and look through Robert's Rules of Order. You could see when you're having meetings that when you're the chair, you have somewhat of control. No, you have all the control. So I mean, why would you not want to get brushed up on? I mean, Superintendent Hepburn said that he himself gets trained all the time and has a mentor, and everybody should continue with training. We learn something new every day. We keep growing. I mean, every time I enter into this type of meetings, I learn something new from every one of you all the time. So it's a growth time. So I am in favor of that motion.
Board comment, Ms. Hickson?
So I would just say I don't know that it's necessary, especially this year. We're in the process of being board master trained, and we all have been in the process of being trained on Robert's rules. We have one left, I think, right, before we're actually master trained. So I don't know that it's necessary in this particular resolution.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Superintendent, may I add something?
Yes.
Just to inform the board as well, in policy 1090, after the reorganizational meeting, the superintendent has 30 days to present the board with professional development options. So the superintendent could include this as well as one of those professional developments.
Any additional board comment? So I have a question or a few questions. Dr. Holness, did you mean for this to be annual?
I believe an annual training would ensure that the board is functioning efficiently according to Robert's rules. At times, too, as we go along, we may have different board members depending on those who have elections or whatever it may be. So I think an annual training would be beneficial. I know that we are currently under the master board training, but it's not necessarily specific to Robert's rules. I think it's important that we understand Robert's rules in depth, and so training that is specific to Robert rules without being clouded by other things would be beneficial, in my opinion.
Excellent, thank you. And I appreciate the motion. I agree with it. I had actually asked a few years ago for training. We received it, but I think we could all benefit by an annual training. So with the context that Mr. Sullivan provided, does the superintendent understand that we would like, if this motion passes, we would like Robert's rules to be included in the training that is presented to us?
Yes, fully understood.
Okay. Any additional board comment on the motion? Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, now I'm curious about the value of it. If the superintendent just took direction to bring us an option for Robert's rules as part of our professional development plan, do we need, is that redundant to this motion?
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't believe it's, if we vote today, it's going to be an option. I believe it's going to be mandatory that it's included.
Okay, then I have another question. These are boardsmanship standards. There's a whole bunch of other laws about what's mandatory for elected officials.
Right.
I don't think a resolution by the Broward County School Board makes anything mandatory for us. The whole idea of setting a standard is to say the standard is such, but it isn't, and nowhere in this, Chair, let me just ask this as a question. Is there anything in this resolution that makes anything mandatory?
Ms. Jack Adams?
Through the chair, so in your resolutions, you're setting standards. They're not board policy. They're not board policy. So there are standards. So I think that there is a different, if you violate school board policy, that's one thing because it's statutorily based, but you're setting a standard. So I'm not advocating for you violating your resolutions, but it's a different standard to violate policy versus not exactly doing what you indicated in your resolution.
Terrific. And I'm a huge advocate. I've constantly talked about it. Maybe I've showed up in the same classes that Dr. Hetman showed up online. I don't know. We'll have to check our transcripts and see if we're both there at the same time, Dr. Hepburn. But I don't think that this is a collective training issue. I don't support this idea just because I think every individual here needs to be very good at their trade, and their trade is to be an elected official representing, all the responsibilities that come with this. And so I won't, but I love the fact that Dr. Hepburn will be bringing some options for every individual to go off and get even better. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that that it would be in the standards for boardsmanship. I think it should be an expectation. I think sometimes some people have more knowledge than others on Roberts, and things get lost in all of that confusion. So I appreciate the motion. Any additional board comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Al-Hadef,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severa, Hickson,
No.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
Yes.
Thompson, Zeman.
No.
7-2 passes.
Ms. Al-Hadef.
I just had a comment on page 2. We do speak about the superintendent, and to the point of one of our public speakers, we have 2 other direct appoints, the general counsel and the chief auditor. So they have a specific Florida statute in here. Is there a Florida statute that speaks to the general counsel and the chief auditor?
Ms. Jack Adams.
Can you, through the chair, can you clarify that question? I don't think I understand.
Well, on page 2, 5, we have a Florida statute and it speaks to about the superintendent. So my question is there something in statute that we could add that could speak to the general counsel and the chief auditor?
Through the chair, just to make sure I'm on the same page, you're on the resolution, the first page, the second page of the item, but the first page of the
number
resolution.
11, I think, Ms. Leonardi, Ms. Al-Hadef.
Is it number 5, did you say?
5.
So which begins, I will refrain from taking actions for my personal gain. Is that the one that you're referring to?
It's number 10.
Oh, 10, sorry.
Okay. If you will, let me take a moment to read that one.
The other 5.
I don't know why I was thinking 5.
B and X. It's confusing.
10. Unless one of my colleagues can, or if you have a recommendation, I don't know if Mr. Severa has a recommendation to add something, or we table this and bring this back, but it should be something in regards to other 2 direct appoints.
If I may, Superintendent, through the chair, Superintendent.
Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
So the reason why this is in here, because, and Ms. Jack Adams can correct me if I'm wrong, but statute is clear on what the role and authority of the superintendent is versus the school board. I don't believe it speaks to that for your other 2 direct reports. But general counsel could correct me if I'm wrong.
And through the chair, that is correct. There's statutory language with regards to the auditor. There's statutory authority of the superintendent, but there's not for general counsel.
Okay, so then what would we add for the chief auditor?
Again, through superintendent, through the chair. Chair, is it okay if we perhaps table this and you can go to select your committees and me and general counsel can get together?
That would be
I
wonderful.
move to table this
Second.
item
Till later in the meeting.
till later in the meeting.
All in favor of the motion, say
Madam
aye.
Chair?
Oh, sorry, Dr. Holness.
No problem. If they could include information as well, not just for legal counsel, but the auditor?
Okay.
I think they're only
Yeah.
doing the auditor.
I'm sorry?
They're doing the auditor, not legal counsel.
Okay, so will there be an discussion on legal counsel?
There's no statute on general counsel.
Okay, got it. Okay, no problem.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. This item is tabled to later in the meeting. May I have a motion and a second on item number 5?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item number 5, school board appointments to various agencies and committees. Board discussion. Well, so historically when we've done this, and if there's an objection or any other thoughts, we've gone through each committee identified the current representatives, if the current representatives would like to stay on, we move on to the next one. Or I guess we could go to the committees that need to be filled. What is the will of my colleagues?
I'd go to the ones that need to be filled, just as an idea.
Okay. So the first one that I see needs to be filled is Broward County Children's Services Board. The representative for 24-25 was Brenda Pham. So we need a new representative for 25-26. Is there someone who would like to serve on the Broward County Children's Services Board?
CSC, Children's Services Council?
No, I am on that one. There's a different one.
Okay.
No one is willing to.
Can we nominate ourselves?
Usually we just, if someone wants, they raise their hand or speak up if they would like to. And there hasn't historically been a ton of conflict about multiple people wanting to serve on the same committee. So if you would like to serve, please speak up.
If my predecessor was on this board, I'd be willing to serve.
Okay, so any objection? Anyone else would like to serve?
Chair,
Okay.
just a point of clarification. Which one are we on right now?
We are on the Broward County Children's Services Board,
Broward County Children's Services Board.
page 4. Mr. Severa would like to serve. Ms. Pham used to serve. All right, Mr. Severa is now on the Broward County Children's Services Board. Broward County Comprehensive School Health Advisory. Oh no, we have representatives for that. We need an alternate for the Broward County Performing Arts Center. Dr. Zeman was the first to raise his hand.
I'm happy.
Is there anyone else who is interested in serving as alternate for the Broward County Performing Arts Center? Ms. Hickson is the representative.
Yeah. Could I be your alt?
All right, without objection, Dr. Zeman will serve as an alternate for the Broward County Performing Arts Center Authority. We need an alternate for the Broward County Value Adjustment Board. Ms. Pham was the previous alternate. Is anyone else interested in serving?
I'm sorry, point of order. How are we going in order?
So I asked, and my several colleagues said that we should go to the positions that need to be filled. So that is what I'm doing. There was no objection to that. So right now we are on page 13, Broward County Value Adjustment Board. Ms. Brenda Pham is the alternate. So would anyone else like to serve as alternate? We are on page 13.
Madam Chair, who's the current?
The current alternate is Ms. Brenda Pham. The current representative is Ms. Thompson.
And you're looking for an alternate?
Yes.
But who's the?
I always go to the meetings and they're 10 minutes long. So whoever wants to be the alternate, it's really not a big commitment.
I'll take that.
I
Madam Chair.
wonder, instead of moving forward with this, is there a point in this process where we can decide not to have an alternate for such a meeting? I mean, a 10-minute meeting, is it monthly or quarterly, Ms. Thompson?
So,
But they still need to.
But I'm just wondering, what's the value? I mean, sometimes we just have a lot of these things and we never stop and think, hey, do we really need an alternate for a 10-minute meeting? Is that at today's meeting? Can we just drop some of these?
If she's absent.
I was the alternate before that, and I had to go all the time because the other person that was on it couldn't go a lot. So, and there is once a year where it's a longer meeting because they're voting on tap. Oh, sorry, I was the alternate before, and I had to go often because the representative was not able to go.
Yeah.
And there are, at least once a year, it's a longer meeting because you're dealing with taxes.
And that's
so there's
fine.
usually someone in there. So I think
Yeah.
it's good
Awesome.
that Ms. Thompson goes, but there may be something that happens and she can't. And I just know as an alternate, I was called to go a lot.
Thank you. That sounds like a great alternate position.
Yep. I'll take it.
Dr. Holness will serve as the alternate on the Broward Value Adjustment. Okay, we will go to page 20. The Early Learning Coalition of Broward County. Ms. Pham was the representative, with Ms. Rupert being the alternate, and also Dr. Lori Canning as a representative. So would anyone else?
I would like to be the representative.
Ms. Thompson, would anyone else? Is anyone else interested? Okay. So Ms. Thompson will now serve on the Early Learning Coalition of Broward County.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
I wanted to offer up my alternate.
Is anyone interested serving as alternate?
Okay, I'll stay on it.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Let me ask staff. So we have FSBA. Ms. Alhadef is the representative on page 22. There it says alternate, and then there's a line. Does that mean that there is not an alternate, or does that mean we need an alternate for that position? Yes, Ms. Rupert.
I think that's wrong. Double check with Ms. Alhadef, though. This is,
Go to the page above. You see the
I see.
FSBA advocacy.
Yeah. So so the advocacy committee. So is page 22 just a continuation of page 21? So
this is the board of director position
okay.
on page 22, and I've been the board of director, so this is wrong. I would love to complete my my last year of doing this. Would be lovely.
I'd like to be the alternate if that space is open.
Okay, so I guess can we?
Are you the alternate?
Yeah, she's the alternate. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
So,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Hill, could you clarify, because I think we're a little bit confused on page 21 and page 22.
thank you, through the chair. The one is the, like you said, the board of directors, full, I guess, parent committee, which is the one that just says Florida School Board Association, and then the one that's the advocacy committee is like a subcommittee.
Right.
Okay, but Ms. Rupert is saying that she believes she's the representative for the board.
Yes.
Correct.
So according to last year's, and I have last year's document here, basically it was Mrs. Alhadef on the board.
It's just
and
an
then
No.
It's just a mistake.
Yeah, it's never been.
Okay, so could we correct that? So for page 22, the current representative would be Ms. Rupert, and the alternate is Ms. Alhadef, in addition to the advocacy committee. Okay.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
We have the Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce on page 23. I am the alternate. The representative was Miss Brenda Pham. I see Dr. Zeman raising his hand. Is anyone else interested? Okay, Dr. Zeman, you've got it.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm on the Friends of. Okay. I'm just going through each one. The 17th, so on page 33, the 17th Judicial Circuit Family Law Advisory Group, Ms. Pham was the representative. Would anyone like to serve in her place? I know Ms. Spolman is the alternate, so I don't know if you would like to move up or if someone new would like to serve.
So, Chair, if I may make a suggestion.
Yep.
Being one of the token lawyers on the board, I'm happy to serve, but I would ask Board Member Bowman if she'd be willing to be the rep, and I would slide into her alternate seat.
Would you like to do this?
As the alternate.
Okay, that's
No pressure.
that's a nice compromise. All right, Mr. Cervera.
All right, so Ms. Bowman will serve as the representative. Mr. Cervera will serve as the alternate. And then I need to give up a position on page 35, the United Way of Broward County Commission on Behavioral Health and Drug Prevention. So if someone would like to step up to serve on that.
On a different note, there was one skipped where Mrs. Pham is on it, also the legislative liaison, federal legislative, so
I'll come back to that. Thank you for flagging that. Thank you. So again, would anyone like to serve on the United Way Commission? Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Alhadef will serve as the representative, and Ms. Rupert will serve as the alternate. And then on page 29, I believe Ms. Hickson mentioned, we have the legislative liaison for the federal level. Ms. Pham was the representative, one of the representatives. So we have Ms. Hickson, Ms. Al-Hadaf, Dr. Zeman. So we just need one person to, yes, Ms. Rupert. Okay, and Ms. Rupert will serve on that. Any other questions? Are there any other, yes, Ms.
The next page, which is the state.
Oh, and she was also on the state. Okay, so would anyone like to serve on the state level?
I would.
Sorry, page 30.
I would.
Ms. Thompson. All right. Yes, Ms. Rupert. No, it would be, you're the representative. Sorry, I should have been more clear. The alternates. There
Gotcha.
were 3 alternates. Ms. Pham was one of them. So Ms. Thompson will replace her as an alternate.
Awesome. Thank you.
Staff, have I missed anything else?
You captured them all, and staff has captured them as well.
Okay. All right. Any other board discussion on this item?
Chair, can I just offer to my colleagues, if there's anyone that is in a seat that they would not like to serve any longer, I think this is the point of the year where they might say, hey, I'm on, committee X. It's not something that I either have time to do or I'm distracted enough or conflicted out in some way. Is there any of my colleagues that want to give up their seats so we can reallocate it to someone more interested?
As I just did. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all good?
Following the model of our chair. Thanks, Chair.
All right. All in favor of this item, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. I believe that exhausts our agenda for this annual. Nope, one more?
We have an item to come back.
Oh, thank you. Can I have a motion and a second to bring back the item that we tabled? I believe it was item number 4.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert.
I believe General Counsel has a recommended addition.
Through the chair, if you can give me one more minute, I'm trying to massage some language.
Okay.
And then I'll give you a suggestion.
Chair, we do need to take a new board photo, so maybe perhaps we can recess and do that.
Okay. I would like to recess the organizational meeting until after the board photo. Thank you. This organizational meeting is now back in session. On the floor is item number 4, resolution of standards of boardsmanship for the school board. Ms. Jack Adams.
Through the chair, so as a suggestion to add to resolution 26-124, Roman numeral 10, to add additionally, and this is for your consideration, additionally, I will demonstrate respect for the lawful authority of the auditor and affirm that the internal auditor functions independently per 1001.42 Florida statutes and reports directly to the board, ensuring a clear separation between the board's policymaking role and the auditor's oversight and accountability responsibilities. That's my suggestion.
Ms. Alhadeff, would you like to make that motion?
I'd like to make the motion, but I would like to make it as 11, separate from 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the motion?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion, and I do think it should be separate because these are 2 separate direct reports.
Hold on, Dr. Lynch Walsh. I don't believe your mic is working.
Oh, I can yell.
No, it is.
My normal voice. So yes, I support the motion, and I support having it be separate because these are 2 separate direct reports. And I appreciate that this is on boardmanship, so you might not get into the details, but it's a start to get the statutory language mentioned. And hopefully, the thing is, I'm not sure there'll be clarity on where the superintendent's authority begins and ends and the chief auditor's responsibility begins and ends. So I don't know if you can work that in here or work it into policy, but repeatedly in just the past few weeks, this board keeps asking the superintendent to opine on why the chickens are dead. And we need to stop that. The second you say review or investigation, try audit. That is the language. That means your chief auditor. Your superintendent does not check his own work. That's why you have a chief auditor. So I don't know how you work that in there, but that would be even more crystal clear. Thank you.
Any additional public comment on the motion? Board discussion, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I wonder if Ms. Jack Adams could read that one more time. We don't have it printed in front of us, so I just want to be clear. And my particular interest, Ms. Adams, is that you said Office of Auditor as opposed to the Office of the Chief Auditor. Was that, did you read it wrong, or is it an oversight, or the equivalent to the superintendent would be the Chief Auditor?
I believe it was an oversight. Let me go ahead and take a look and correct it immediately, and then restate it. Through the chair, the position I stated was the position that's referenced in the statute. I had stated internal auditor. So just in case the name, the title of the auditor changes, I would advise that you stick to what the statute states.
Does that statute refer to what we call the Chief Auditor?
The statute indicates internal auditor. And please correct me if I'm wrong, our internal auditor is the chief auditor of the school district. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
He's nodding, so that sounds great.
That's correct.
Could you just read it one more time so that we could hear it and make any adjustments as required?
Yes, sure. Since, through the chair, since there was a motion to have it be separate, I'm taking out the word additionally, comma. So it would read, for your consideration, I will demonstrate respect for the lawful authority of the, oh, you're right, of the chief auditor. I missed that. I'll go ahead and make that. So let me reread it. I will demonstrate respect for the lawful authority of the chief auditor and affirm that the internal auditor functions independently pursuant to Section 1001.42 Florida statutes, semicolon, and report directly to the school board, ensuring a clear separation between the school board's policymaking role and the auditor's oversight and accountability responsibilities.
So I have a little bit of problem with that. Actually, I have a big problem with that. This is a school board. Our first responsibility is oversight. Like, I don't think we want to say that only the audit. I appreciate the auditor doing internal audits and doing the audit function. I don't agree with a public speaker that says every investigation has to be done by the chief auditor. We have a superintendent, and we ask superintendents to do reviews and investigations all the time. But the second part of that is confusing to me in the sense that this board's primary responsibility is oversight to the school board. We have to report everything from behavioral threat assessments. I mean, we're the recipient of audits and the recipient of other reports and other investigations and other staff work that comes to us, and we're asked to say, does that meet Broward County standards? Is that a part of your oversight of it? But the second half of that seems to say that we're going to defer to the chief auditor for accountability and oversight. I think that's our job too. As much as I've worked for decades with auditors to do what auditors do, they are not the sum total of accountability and responsibility for Broward County schools. Is there a way to, I'll just say that and let the board comment on that, because I loved it up to the point where you said, I'll demonstrate respect for the lawful authority of the chief auditor of, as specified, and you cited a statute, and accept the chief auditor's expertise in auditing. But the part where you continued on about accountability and oversight, I think, would confuse people, because that is the board's sacred duty. Our job is oversight and all that. Could you, so I'm one of 9, so I'm just going to put that out there, and let's see what my colleagues think.
Ms. Jack Adams.
Through the chair, if I may explain the rationale, and this is for your consideration, so you can adapt it as you will. Although you are absolutely correct, the board has responsibility for oversight over those 3 individuals, including the auditor. The auditor does have autonomy with regards to his or her audit. In other words, the board can't dictate to the auditor once he or she conducts their audit exactly how to do the audit, what to do, taking out certain things, putting back in. The auditor does have autonomy. So in terms of the audit, so if the way that the language sounds seems to take away board authority, that was not my intention. So this is for your consideration. If you wanted some clarification, if you wanted to make some clarifying changes, you could, or take some comments from the auditor.
I appreciate that. And I want to live by good hygiene at a meeting like this. We don't need to take 3 hours to debate one clause of a resolution, but I would be interested in making clear that the audit accountability that you're talking about was what you had just said about the independence of audits, which is a sacred responsibility we have as well. We hire a chief auditor, we approve an audit plan, they go out and do the audits. It's never our role to interfere in an audit, just like it's never our role to interfere in a solicitation or evaluation. Yes, can we read a solicitation ahead of time? Can we have a strategy about solicitation? 100%. Once that solicitation goes out and people are bidding and there's an evaluation, that is, no elected official should go anywhere near that in any organization. But I would be in favor of tightening that language to what you just described about the independence of auditors doing audits, not in the general sense of being accountable for Broward County Schools.
Any other board discussion on the motion? Ms. Bowman?
I hate to be annoying. Can you just read it one more time, since that little clause?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. I will demonstrate respect for the lawful authority of the chief auditor and affirm that the internal auditor functions independently pursuant to Section 1001.42 Florida statutes and reports directly to the school board, ensuring clear separation between the school board's policymaking role and the auditor's oversight and accountability responsibilities.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Motion passes with 1 dissenting vote from Dr. Zeman. Any other board discussion on this item? All right. All in favor of item number 4 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with one dissenting vote from Dr. Zeman. Seeing no other business, I now declare this organizational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida adjourned. The district's leasing court meeting will begin shortly. The new meeting of the Board of Directors of the Broward County School Board Leasing Corp. Is hereby called to order. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the last meetings held on November 19th, 2024 and March 11th, 2025? May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carried. All members of the Board of Directors are present at this meeting. There being at least 5 members of the Board of Directors present, there is a quorum of the Board of Directors of the corporation present for this meeting. Notice of this meeting was duly published in accordance with statute, and a copy of that notice will be made part of the record of this meeting. The first order of business of this meeting is the election of directors. Because the corporation serves as a direct support organization and arm of the school board, the articles of incorporation require that the members of the school board be the directors of the corporation. Accordingly, I will entertain a motion and a second to nominate the members of the school board as directors of the corporation.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. All in favor of electing Maura McCarthy-Bullman, Rebecca Thompson, Sarah Leonardi, Lori Alhadeff, Dr. Jeff Holness, Adam Cervera, Nora Rupert, Dr. Alan Zeman, and Deborah Hickson as directors of the corporation to serve until their terms expire and their successors are elected and qualified, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The record should reflect the motion unanimously carried with Ms. Bullman and Ms. Alhadeff not on the dais. The next item of business is the election of officers. The chair will propose that the following officers be nominated. Sarah Leonardi, President, Board Chair, and Dr. Jeff Holness, Vice President, Board Vice Chair. Dr. Howard Hepburn, Secretary, and Ivan Perrone, Treasurer and Assistant Secretary. Is there a motion and a second for such nominations?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of the election of Sarah Leonardi, Board Chair, Dr. Holness, Board Vice Chair, Dr. Howard Hepburn, and Ivan Perrone to officers of President, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer and Assistant Secretary, respectively, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The record should reflect the motion unanimously carried without Ms. Pullman and Ms. Alhadeff on the dais. It is appropriate at this time for the board to ratify any actions taken by the officers and directors of this corporation since our last meeting on March 11th, 2025. Accordingly, I will entertain a motion to ratify all prior acts of the directors and officers of the corporation since March 11th, 2025. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Zeman. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Please note for the record that the motion to ratify acts of the directors and officers since the last meeting was unanimously approved without Ms. Bullman and Ms. Alhadeff on the dais. There being no other business to be brought forward before this board, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. The motion having been made and seconded, the meeting is adjourned. Okay. Are we moving? Can we move to the special school board meeting? Welcome to today's special school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. The special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to Section 120-525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zieming, seconded by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposers say no. The agenda is now closed. I would like to take some items a little bit out of order and then move to closed door. So may I have a motion and a second on item number 2?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any public comment on item number 2, recommendation to approve Wi-Fi radio agreement with BSO?
No, ma'am.
Any board discussion? Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I want to thank a couple people for making this happen. Chief Gregory, I want to thank you for working with the BSO officials on finally getting this done. Major DeMarco, I want to thank you for your efforts on this, sir. And although she's not here, I also want to give a special thank you to Captain Tianga with BSO as well. Keeping the student body safe while in schools is or should be the utmost importance to this board. I think this was a long time coming, well overdue to finally get this done. This was brought to my attention a couple of months ago, and I worked very diligently and very hard with BSO and various officials from BSO, and I'm glad this is finally being brought to the table, although I think, respectfully, we're a week late. But here we are nonetheless, and I'm very proud that this is going forward today, and I'm fully in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Altaf?
So also, thank you for bringing this forward. My question is in regards to where we're at with other law enforcement agencies with getting these agreements approved.
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Greger.
Good morning. Michael Greger, Chief Safety and Security Officer of the district. So we are aware that there are a number of agencies who don't have the radios that can work with this Wi-Fi opportunity. So we're working with Broward County to work an organization for their technology called ORCAT. We're looking to include this service that we've established with the Sheriff's Office available through the interlocal agreement with the Broward County ORCAT group, which will make it available to each municipality as they procure their radios. If that initiative doesn't work out, we're fully prepared to go forward with individual contracts with each individual city, but those are the two scenarios we're facing. If we can get it all done in one fell swoop with the county, Broward County, that's our desire, but if not, we'll go forward with one by one contracts.
So what is the timeline that we're looking at with the first scenario?
I would give it, based on it being an agreement, a contract, I'd give it 60 days to see if we can get movement on that, and if not, then we'll proceed back with working individually with each city's attorney.
Okay. I just stressed to the superintendent that we need to be very aggressive about this and not accept delays, and whatever the board needs to do, whether we need to write a letter or whatever that is, please let us know. But moving forward, like, I really want us to, the 60 days, we got to be on it.
That is definitely noted, and we'll let you know if we need additional support. I know previous Chair Hickson supported us in an initiative with the County Commission that sped up some things, so I know our current chair will be able to do the same if we need additional support to kind of accelerate movement with the county.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board discussion? Ms. Rupert? No. Okay. All in favor of item 2, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item 2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item 3, FPL? So moved by Dr. Zeman. Second by Ms. Rupert. Any public comment on item number 3, FPL Utility Easement Agreement, Rickards Middle School?
No, ma'am.
Do we have any registered public speakers for item number 3? No? Okay. Board discussion?
Okay.
Any board discussion on item number 3? All in favor of item number 3, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. I will now recess the meeting to go into a scheduled closed door. everyone's patience with this musical chairs. There was a bit of miscommunication about the availability of staff for closed doors, so thank you for your patience with that. We will move to item number 4. May I have a motion and second on item number 4? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Is there any public comment on item number 4?
Yes, Dr. Nell Lynch Walsh, I believe.
I'm getting my notes ready because we keep switching numerical orders. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida again. Item 4 is, I believe, to vote down, and then for some inexplicable reason, there's an item 5, as though they didn't just put that up there yesterday. So yes, you should vote it down. They are still not there. They did not provide, well, they did provide more information, but they're not quite there yet. So I'm not anticipating a ton of discussion on item 4. It should be voted down, but so should 5. Because what you want to look at is the ITB versus what they're telling you. So if you haven't looked at the handout with the pretty colors for item 5, I suggest doing so before you vote on item 5, but yes, I'm in favor of voting down 4 and also 5. Thank you.
Any additional public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Board discussion? This is a memo to vote down, so all in favor of the item, say aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Item fails. Item fails unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item number 5?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Any public comment for item number 5?
Yes, Dr. Nell Lynch Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. And just as a point of clarification, when I arrived here, which is when I usually sign up for whatever meetings are transpiring, there was no one to sign up with. So in betwixt all of these items, I forgot to run back out when they were available to sign up for this special meeting, which is why I couldn't speak to the FPL item. But if we're going to be zero tolerance, we can do the same from this angle. So on this, last time, you had backup. I think it's Appendix B. It's Appendix B this time. And you couldn't tell what vendors spend tied to which scope. So now they've tried to clarify, but you have some additional information. The financial analysis form shows, it would seem, that they've totally exhausted the spend. So that makes what is Appendix E, which luckily I can read 2-point type font. I don't know who thought this was a great idea to put it in 2-point type. Maybe they didn't want you to look. But there's another $700,000 plus that is still on this ITB, which seems a little odd if you've already spent it. But remember, when this first came to you, they were saying that two different departments were spending, one without the other knowing. So then we have Appendix B back, and I guess they didn't think anyone would go look at the ITB, but people did. I hope you guys were some of the people who did. Because when you look at the ITB, you'll find that specifically for Tech Army, there are positions that are not in the ITB. This logistics and field support manager, nowhere to be found in those pages of the ITB. And I think there may be staff members who have not read Florida Statute 837.06 about it being a form of perjury to put things in writing with the intent to mislead the board. I'm always open to the idea that this is sheer incompetence, but they had to carefully make these. They read the ITB. They had to know these things did not exist. So there are positions that don't exist, and then remember what your chief information officer said last time. These are highly skilled people, and I suggested that you have staff that is being duplicated by consultants, supplanted by consultants, and there may be some where they're augmented, but this entire item is meant to confuse, mislead, because there seems to be a $700,000 at least shortfall and a number of positions where people have been paid over and over for things that don't exist. So I would vote no on this, have it audited by your chief auditor or somebody outside the organization, but that's a no.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
That's all the registered speakers we
Board
have.
discussion? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the speaker mentioned that there are positions that are not evident on the ITB. Can the superintendent speak to that, please?
Dr. Diamond, if you can shed some light.
Darrell Diamond, Director of Project Management Office. There are some titles that are not on the ITB, but the job in which they do refer back to the job descriptions that are on the ITB. I went through all of the POs and made sure that I put down exactly the title of the position that was on the PO, and then went to the ITB and aligned it to a different job title, but the same job requirements.
Okay, Dr. Hepburn, is there a reason there aren't exact alignment in terms of what the position states on the ITB and what's being clarified here as matching that job description, but the title is not the same? Why is it not consistent?
Dr. Diamond.
I could only assume that when the PO was written, it was written with one title, that the job requirements are the same as a different title in the ITB. I can only assume that it was the wrong job title that was put down there.
The wrong
PO.
The wrong job title put down where?
On the PO.
Okay, so
Job
so Dr. Hepburn, that is concerning. I believe there are questionable positions like project manager level 1, 2, and 3. We reference project manager security, and it appears there is no security specific project manager role that exists on the ITB. There's questions as well about other positions, as the speaker mentioned. So I'm just concerned that it doesn't align with what's referenced on the ITB, and I can't see the reason that it's not.
As far as position titles.
As far as the position titles and what's being shown in the ITB, why those titles did not match, why did we need to change the title and then match the description on the ITB?
Go ahead, Dr. Diamond.
There is a job description for project manager, and that goes across all of the different, I think it's on page 15 of the ITB. You will see that there is IT security listed. There are various different divisions that are listed that the job title of project manager would go along with those different divisions.
Okay, so the job title logistic analyst, that's not one of the
I
31 jobs approved. So can you explain that?
Yes, the job requirements that are on the PO align with job titles that are on the ITB. But for whatever reason, the PO was written with that job title of logistics analyst.
Okay. So Dr. Hepburn, is it the practice of whoever writes the PO and the ITB that they're not aware that these things should align?
Repeat the question, Dr. Holness.
Okay, she mentioned that the job title in the PO matches the description in the ITB, but the titles are different. So whoever does this, they're not aware that it should match.
Go ahead, Dr. Diamond.
The PO comes from the vendor, so the vendor might have put it down without looking at matching it to the ITB.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm curious about the process here. We're in a budget crisis. We have a contract before us that would have a total spend authority, I think, Chair, of $10 million. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn?
Correct, over time.
Well, it doesn't have much time left. I mean, it's a 4-year contract, right? Doesn't it run out in 2026?
That's correct.
Okay, I think it's 2025. And we're being asked to approve another $4.5 million on a contract that started with $5.5 million and burned for 3 years at less than 1.8 per year. And now we're asked for another $4.5 million. Can somebody tell me why, please?
Go ahead, Dr. Diamond, if you can give them some detail on the work.
If you could look at Appendix E, there are upcoming projects that we need to be able to hire additional staff. We are a very lean organization here at ISD, and therefore we reach out to our vendor partners to align us with individuals who can help us with these projects. Some of these projects are for a couple of months, some are for a year, let's say, but to hire staff to do that would not be prudent either. So we make decisions based upon the project that is in front of us, how many individuals we need to support that project, and over what time. The amounts that are down there are in our budget. The $3 million is in ISD's budget. We're not asking for additional money. We're just asking for additional spend authority.
Terrific. This is where I lose my cool. Like, what's the burn rate been on this contract for the first 3 years?
We have gone through $5.3 million over the 4 years.
Okay, the material says it started in 2022. This is 2025. Am I missing my math?
It would be 21-22.
Okay, the item says 2022. We were putting it, but it's fine. Let's just say 4 years, 5.3.
Yeah,
so
years.
let's just say 1.3 million
Correct.
per year. So the board is being asked to go from 1.3 burn to 4.5 with 1 year left on this contract. Is that correct?
We're asking for 4.5 for the upcoming. We've renewed the contract for another year, but it would be spent over multiple years, not for just 1 year.
Terrific. I'm just going to tell you how I feel about this, because you have offered an opinion that we are a lean organization. I don't buy that. I actually think that in our decline of enrollment for the past 25 years, we have maintained a very expensive overhead structure.
What she's specifically referring to, Dr. Zeman, is ISD, not overall.
Including ISD.
Broward County.
These are contractors that help our corporate overhead staff. These are not contractors that help our schools. Is that correct?
Yes, they do help our schools also, as far as infrastructure is
They're
concerned.
not assigned to our schools. These contractors are not assigned to our schools. Is that correct?
They are assigned to do work that benefits all schools.
I'm separating the difference between supported and supporting.
Correct.
These are supporting these are contractors that help supporting staff. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It's wonderful. I can't do this. I'm not sure that anybody on the board wants to do this. This is a spend that is accelerating contractors. And let me just ask about the process. Who has the authority to engage a contractor? Who has the contract officer authority to hire somebody to come in and help our supporting staff? How many people on Broward County Schools have that authority?
Overall, or for this specific contract?
Let's just say on this contract.
The ISD team, Dr. Diamond and above.
Okay, so there's one person that can approve the use of a contractor to come in and support
No, it's a team effort for the complexity of the work.
Yeah, I think that this, I know that we need help. And there's no doubt that there are experts that we would love to come in. I'm on a warpath here, though, which is we're about to tell people that work here that we can't give them pay raises. And I feel like the authority to bring in contractors is at a level that we never see. And you know, as a board, what we don't see is we pass a budget, it goes to a cabinet level person who gives somebody else authority to bring in contractors to do the work. And just to be clear, when does the school board become aware of these contracts that are made with these specialists?
Go ahead, Dr. Diamond.
By approving this, by approving the ITB itself, the school board allowed us to go ahead and get contractors.
That's terrific. And as I'm just going to tell you, my patience with having budgets passed and having cabinet level people spend money without approval of the board is done. I don't think these are good business practices. I think you're asking for a lot of money. You know, $1.3 million per year over 4 years is not $4.5 million with 1 year extension. So this is a dramatic increase in spend according to the documents that are before me. And I don't like the approval authority being held at the cabinet level or below. to bring in contractors to do the work we need to do. I don't have enough information to say today that this is a good decision to make, to extend this ITB. And this is my job. My job is to say when is too much, and I think this is too much. I think we cannot say we're at a budget crisis and continue to bring contractors in to help us do work when we have not reduced the overhead staff of Broward County commensurate with the student load. We continue to carry an overhead that is very consistent with when we had 250,000 students, we have 180. And so just in terms of fiscal responsibility, I can't support this item. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. When it comes to this item, first of all, I brought this up at the last meeting, and that's why the colleagues and I pushed it to here so we'd get more information. And the timing of getting the information was not optimum to make a decision. However, I do have different questions as well. When it goes to actually having the projects lined up with the people, the project manager security support staff for $84,000. There is no security specific project manager role that exists in the ITB. The logistics analyst security support staff for $44,000. Logistics analyst is not one of the 31 approved job categories. IT security logistics analyst for $39.99 an hour or $41,589.60 a year, and there is a non-existent role for that. The ITB I can't talk today, sorry. The ITB authorizes only 31 specific technical job categories. Any purchase order issued under the contract must fall within one of these 31 approved role descriptions. Appendix B repeatedly states that each line item is scope as per page 15 to 21 of the ITB, yet several entries clearly fall outside the authorized scope. Broward County Public Schools issues purchase orders and expended public funds hundreds of thousands of dollars under ITB FY23-045 / FY23-045-1 for technical staffing roles that, and I'm going to say this slowly and hopefully with as much emphasis as I possibly can. They do not exist at all in the 31 approved job categories or and explicitly tied to the system. Success factors focus SIS or domains information security project management that are not contemplated in Section 5 of the ITB. These purchases appear to violate the authorized scope of the technical contracts and consulting service contract, and I am getting reminiscent and hearing carousel sounds of the circus. I am not going to be supporting this, nor should we be supporting this. We have people that are not doing these jobs and getting paid for it. And I believe an audit needs to be conducted like yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. As you go through Appendix B, and I know they're separated out by year, but there's the same person is listed more than one time. So can you explain, I don't want to call one particular person out, and it's more than one person, but in each year there is someone, at least one person that is listed two times, and sometimes they're $130,000, another time it's 67 or 58. So can you explain why? And it's the same exact job description. So can you explain why in the same year someone would be being paid twice for the same? I mean, it's a different PO number, but it does appear to be the same job.
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Dr. Diamond. And also, Ms. Sullivan, if you can make sure for board members the timer is appropriate. I think it's 5 minutes per board member. It was 3 the last time.
Ms. Hickson, you are correct. They are different POs. Certain individuals were extended to complete the work. So POs are open for a specific amount of time, let's say 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 2 months, 3 months. And once that time has transpired, a new PO is going to be opened. And that's why you're seeing the same names again on the same year. So their position was extended over time. And each PO was a different amount based upon that time.
Okay, I guess it's hard to surmise that because we can't see the POs right.
I tried very hard when I created Appendix B because last board meeting it was asked that we actually say line item by line item what each PO was going to be representing, and that's how I presented it here. But the reality is that individuals who have worked on a specific job, that job takes longer. POs are open for a specific amount of time, and when those POs are done, we have to open up another one.
Okay, so my next question is, if the board doesn't support the item, how many jobs are already started where if we don't support this, a job would start in the middle? You may not have that answer, but just trying to figure out where, if we're not going to do the $4.5 million, are there jobs already in the middle where we would need to fulfill our contractual?
Yes, Appendix E, which I do have bigger copies here if anybody is interested in seeing them, and I apologize for the small print. But Appendix E talks about, thank you, Ernie, talks about the jobs that are currently in process.
So that's
that
the $700,000.
we do have some consultants working with us on them. It's also listed on the first page of the executive summary. Just for the record, I'll say that Maximo, which is currently being used, we have consultants there. Line-wise, class-wise, which is currently in process, we also have. The digital management system, that is the line-wise, class-wise. CyberLock, which is going to be our data lake and our enterprise bus. We are just rolling that off now. We're getting ready for the kickoff. Safety Technology Access Control Project, that is from SSEP. District Surveillance Network, that is also SSEP. District Intercom Project, again, SSEP. And, of course, the Enterprise Resource Planning. Right now what we have is the RFP gathering the requirements, but then we'll have the full implementation of the ERP once we determine what vendor to use. So there are currently projects that are in place.
So if we look at Appendix E, that's $700,000, that would encompass all of what you just said?
Correct. We have POs that are set out for those right now.
Okay.
Set aside for that. That is part of the $5.3 million that has been accounted for here as well.
Okay, so I think I'd like to make a motion, possibly. I'd like to move that we reduce the amount of money to $1 million on this item and be explicit that we finish the projects that are in motion now, but don't start any new ones.
Second.
Hold on, I just want to, before you vote, go ahead, Dr. Diamond.
I just want to make sure that with the ERP coming up that we're not being a little short-sighted. I think that it's important to note that you're going to be needing consultants to help you implement that.
Yep. And so, Dr. Diamond, before you vote, because I was going to ask the questions that you asked, just to make sure the board understands what projects are in queue that have to finish, especially some of the essential ones like the intercom projects. How much money do you need to finish out for this fiscal year? Because we can have procurement start a new ITB process. Because I think one of the issues is that this ITB is originally from 21-22, and the titles may have been different then, but the roles and the work associated are the same. Is the clarification. So we can go out for another ITB, but I want to be clear about how much money do you need to finish out these essential projects that are in play right now, especially for safety and security purposes too.
I would have to lean on my colleagues over at SSEP, but I think that 1 million will fall short. I think if we're looking to reduce it, I would say 2.5 million, but I would need my colleagues at SSEP to weigh in as well, because we have allocated 3 million for ISD and 1.5 million for SSEP.
For work for this current fiscal year?
For work starting this year, but going into the future.
Okay, so I want to be clear, what do we need for this year? Because we can have procurement start a new ITB process for the following year. Chief Gregory, if you can chime in too. For ISD, specifically for ISD, how much?
I would say 1.5 million.
And then Chief, I know you have some projects in, that kind of segue in between both.
Mike Gregory, Chief Safety Security Officer. We do, between access control, which is ongoing, we have the intercom project ongoing, and then camera support, which is ongoing. As we know, we had the presentation on these school risk assessments and presented that to the board. That will roll into a grant request, and then we hope in the beginning of next year we'll receive those dollars to implement additional access control and additional cameras and fencing. So those particular contractor positions support those initiatives, and they will wrap up what they have this year and start a new round of implementing that. So barring the access to consultants, we'd need to look at additional staff.
And then how much dollar amount for this year? Because the plan is to go back, work with procurement for a new ITB that we can bring back to the board for the following year of work that needs to be done.
This year being through July.
Yes, yes.
We could cut ours in half probably as we roll out finish up this year and start to begin work on next year. Cut it down to half and then start the new ITB process.
So it sounds like between the two, I think I'm hearing about 2 million.
Your half would be 750,000 because you're asking for 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. We would say 1.5 for us and 750,000 for the chief.
So 2.25?
Correct.
Public comment on the motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. In theory, I support the motion. However, before you vote, Appendix B and Appendix E are disconnected. So you can't tell in Appendix E which vendors you're talking about. Which is unfortunate because as you look at the list, I can't tell you if Tech Army is on here. Because if Tech Army's on here, that would probably be a hard no for the most part. So, and I'm not sure why the vendors are not on here, because it should then tie back to the executive summary where we mentioned class-wise, line-wise. I didn't hear Tech Armies, so my thought would be they're not in here, but we don't know that because there are no names on Appendix E. That is in 2-point type. So this whole thing, I support the idea, but I don't know that you've drilled down far enough because you don't know which vendors this 700,000 is. And all of this could have been avoided by this level of detail being brought in the first place, but I guess that's not how we operate. Thank you.
Board discussion on the motion?
And I would be willing to amend it to 2 million instead of 1 million.
Is that what you would like to do?
Yes, I'd like to amend it to 2
Second.
million.
Okay, so the motion has been changed to 2 million, seconded by Dr. Holness. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I understand what my colleagues are attempting to do, and I understand we're in a financial situation, so we're scrutinizing things more heavily. However, we also direct staff to get these projects accomplished, like our safety security projects, the district bus that Trey Davis has been talking about to get our systems in line and really be whatever we call it, the AI innovative school district or whatever. And then we go through it and we really cripple them, and they're not actually going to be successful because we are crippling our staff. Do we have this amount you're asking for in the budget?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there actually people listed there that are getting paid for doing jobs they're not doing?
No.
I would like to respect our staff and the time they put into it, and thank you for going back and putting these details in within about 6 days, more or less. I really appreciate your time and your guys' dedication to making sure that you actually fulfill the things that the board is directing you to do. What impact will happen if we do not pass this item?
Dr. Hepburn.
You have some essential projects that work with stop things that we've talked about with the board. And I want to compare this to similar to our facilities and construction projects. There's been lags of completing projects or even initiating projects within the past 5+ years. And we've been tasked with accelerating and closing the gap. And that's what we've done with facilities and construction projects, and we're doing the same here also. There's a huge gap in some things that I don't think is a conversation for here because we've talked about that in closed door. And many of the, this ITB helps to address and accelerate the work because we don't have the capacity in-house to do it, hence the reason for the ITB. And we will gladly go to procurement and initiate a new one, but we really need to get these projects moving forward also. But we can go to procurement and start a new process for ITB since this one is old, and that's probably why the titles don't match the roles, but the responsibilities are matching when it comes to the work. So we can move forward on that if this passes also.
I would like to make a substitute motion to go to the 2.25, which is what staff said would be the bare minimum to make sure that we're actually getting accomplished the things that this board has directed the staff to accomplish.
Is there a second? Ms. Aladev, second. Motion made by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on the substitute motion.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. No, I don't support this motion. You do not know what staff is bringing you. You are obligated to make sure that you're being fiscally responsible. I actually agree with Dr. Zeman's comments wholeheartedly from earlier. You are not here to make your staff look good, cover for them, take grenades for them. You are here to make sure they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Mrs. Rupert mentioned an audit. I hope that'll become a real motion soon enough, but no, I don't support going along with what staff is telling you. That's how the removed board got removed. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board discussion on the motion, the substitute motion? Ms. Pullman?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Dr. Zeman's initial comments. I think that in the current budget situation that we have and just what has been being brought to us at different periods of time, that it's our responsibility to be very, very strict in what we're approving right now. And so I appreciate that. And I think we need to look at that across the board. I'm curious because there's a distinction from some of the other things that have been brought up in the IT department right now. So how many people work for the IT department versus, do you know? Any chance?
I don't know. I don't have the specific number in front of me, but I know the IT department is, for no pun intended, very technical, and everybody has a specific skill set. It's broken into two divisions. You can talk about the two different divisions and their task if you have knowledge of that. And I know Mr. Davis isn't here right now. He's dealing with some personal issues. So.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because this is being represented to us as a very slim operation, and so we're going to consultants to do these different jobs. And so I have no problem with having consultants if it's saving us money. But I would love to see this in an item to justify the consultants, because if we have X person who's a full-time employee with benefits versus what we're getting with a consultant, we should know that and how we're saving money. I've said this many times, but I think it's at this point, because we are responsible for the budget situation that we're in right now and getting us out of it, that it would behoove everyone to present the case to us so that we can make an informed decision. When it's just so difficult with some of these things to make for us to make a decision, to rely on it. I don't know if there's something, like there's kind of insinuations that something else is going on with this. I'm not aware of what that is, so it's hard for me to make a decision based on kind of insinuations from other people talking around this. I would like to point out, though, I believe when asked to cut their budgets, wasn't the IT department by far the...
Yes.
Okay.
IT department has cut their budget and also saved the district a lot of money through consolidation of software and other concepts that they've implemented. So they're one of the divisions that have cut the most and saved the district the most amount of money in the past year and a half.
And I don't know that we need to lump each division together as being equally.
They have the ability to save more money than some.
Well, no, just in terms of being forthcoming and presenting good items to us and well supported items. I haven't, if there's something about this particular item that we should know about, I'd like it to be made public so that we can make a decision.
Agreed.
About it.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yes. And we do, just Madam Chair, if I may, we do listen keenly to the board, and that's why we've made updates to executive summaries and all that. I know we can't function as many boards across the state have in the past, and we've been accelerating our change to make sure the board has the right information to make informed decisions. So we listen intently, and what I'm hearing today is that for contracts for contracted services or augmenting employee services, we want to know what employees are currently in the division or department and the skill set that they have in relationship to the consultants we may be hiring to augment the work that they're doing or to staff for specific work that we're not capable of doing.
Yeah, like how,
either
how we're saving money or how we wouldn't reasonably be able to have this particular person
agreed.
on staff.
No,
I
just want to make sure I'm capturing it correctly.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. So here is my problem with this agenda item. And this seems to be a recurring theme with this district. We are constantly asked to vote on multi-million-dollar contracts and projects without the necessary transparency that this board should be demanding and that the public is entitled to. This is no small sum of money. The initial ask on this was $4.5 million. We're asked to vote on that, although I realize that there's a motion out to reduce that amount, but we're asked to vote on multi-million-dollar projects without being given direct breakdowns of how the money is going to be spent. We're asked to vote on these contracts when the financial analysis worksheet doesn't add up to the ask that's made within the agenda item. The board gets late submissions. We get wrong job titles placed within the materials that we're given. We have appendix, which gives a breakdown of job descriptions without listing the vendor names. There's positions that exist on some of these appendix that don't appear excuse me, on the ITB. We have a transparency problem in this district. And I'm sure this is not breaking news to anybody who's ever listened to me speak on this because I bring this up quite a bit. If you want approval for these things, which a lot of these things, they seem necessary, I get it. I'm not suggesting $4.5 million worth of necessity. But you have to explain to this board and you have to explain to the public where their money is going. And we constantly have problems doing that. This is why, as staff, you get pushback from us, or at least some of us. This is why you get pushback from speakers. Because we're constantly being presented with items where we just cannot connect the dots to where the money is going. If this was a contract for $50,000, we wouldn't be having this conversation. This is a multi-million-dollar proposal. We need this information, and the information that's given to us has to be ironclad. It has to match up. This Appendix E that does not give me a list of the vendor names that are going out, I don't want to say it's useless, but it's not as helpful as it should be. This is the problem that we currently incur. I will not be supporting the current motion. I am not going to be supporting many things that are similar to this if this is the type of information that I'm given. We need more transparency, and we need better transparency in the items that we are asked to vote upon. We deserve it, and the public certainly deserves it. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification, the prior motion was $2 million, and the current motion is $2.25 million?
The original motion was 1 million, and then the substitute was 2.25.
I believe Board Member Hickson had changed hers to $2 million, correct?
Yeah, you're right.
So we have the original motion being $2 million, and now we have $2.25 million. So Dr. Hepburn, this may appear to be a small difference in terms of the first motion versus this one. Can your staff speak to the impact of approving $2 million versus $2.25 million? How would that negatively impact what they need to do?
I was just trying to be fair with my colleagues over at SSEP. SSEP had put in for $1.5 million in spend authority, and so half of that would be $750,000. And when I was asked, I said I would need 1.5, so I just added the two together and got the 2.25.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, if $2 million is approved, can they still accomplish what they need to do?
So we will accomplish as much as we can. If we need additional spending authority, we can come back to the board prior to assigning those specific projects. And I do, if I may, Dr. Holness, with the whole this Appendix E not having specific vendors, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Diamond, is that the ITB has given us a list of vendors that we have at our disposal for specific projects. We have the body of work needing to be done for the project, and many times ISD and other departments will have specific requirements and interview to select the right vendor. This doesn't mean that we're just going to create specs for each individual vendor. It is to have a pool of qualified vendors that have the capability of doing specific type of work that we need, and when we identify the work, we have our choice based on the skill set of the individuals within each one of those companies. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I appreciate you bringing up Appendix E because it's projected. There are some things that are going to be happening in the future that there are no consultants that have been hired yet. So that's why those names were left off of this Appendix E. I think that it is important to note that, at least for the work that I've done and the consultants that I have hired, we have asked the vendors to give us a list of names. We have interviewed 6 to 8 people from each vendor, and we select the best one. So in terms of Appendix E, that's the reason why you're not seeing any vendor names there.
It would be premature of us to do that because we will be assigning work to a vendor that may not be the right vendor for us for a specific project.
Understand. So, what I can say is that, and it's apparent that this board has zero tolerance for, and I'm not making any accusations or saying anything is true or not true, but this board has zero tolerance for any type of waste or inefficiency. There's concern about the job descriptions not aligning as far as the ITB. There's concern about utilization of staff, whether or not they're being efficient. Whether there is waste, whether there is monitoring and oversight, more monitoring and oversight needed. What I'll say is, as a board member, and I'm sure other board members may feel the same, the public holds us accountable. And we are in a budget situation. We're in a great financial concerns this year. So when things go wrong, the board actually faces the backlash. So as a board, we want full transparency. And as board member Silvera and others mentioned, when you're looking at a $4 million, we need as much information as we can get in order to make decisions. So those are where my concerns are, and I share a lot of the concerns that the rest of the board has. As a result, I much rather work or approve a reduced amount than what's presented here. And then if there's any concerns in the future, that can be brought back to the board. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. Did I hear that 5.3 that has already been approved by this board is sufficient to pay for part of the requirement that's still left for this school year?
We have run out of spend authority.
Thank you very much. Is there any backup information that justifies the $1.5 million that's required for ISD for contracting?
We tried to do that in Exhibit E, in Appendix E.
Can you point me to something in Appendix E that adds to $1.5 million?
This is to get us through until these projects have just been started. This is to get us through what we've already agreed to, but it's not going to complete the projects. So even though it only adds up to the $727,000, that's not going to complete the projects.
Terrific. And so just for the record, there's nothing in our material that adds to $1.5 million.
No.
Now, the public is watching you all. So I'm totally down with hiring contractors to get critical work done. What I'm not down with is us willy-nilly spending money without any accountability to the public. And if there's not a document in front of us that has a $1.5 million on it, are you guys really going to approve it because of a verbal estimate of what somebody might need? Does your neighbor support that kind of thinking of a school board? Mine doesn't. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, there is no justification for doing this. And what is the economics of this? The economics of this is we have a staff of X people that is supposed to do work. As Ms. Thompson says, we ask people to do a lot of work. There's no doubt about it. But if the X people can't get it done, how many times does the school board come to us and say, oh, we're going to reduce the size of a staff? That was a rhetorical question, not one directed to anybody. Government organizations typically don't do that. And so we have a real problem, which is if we have an outlet where you could just always go and hire a contractor with millions and millions of dollars. This board is being asked to approve $2 or $2.25 million based on a verbal estimate of $1.5 million. Your neighbor will not be kind to you if that's what we do. At a minimum, this should be tabled and brought back with better justifications, and we should be very thoughtful about it. Just to the chair, did we ask the superintendent this year to come back with a plan of reducing the staff size of Broward County Public Schools?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, and we've expressed what that plan is.
And what number of, is it public knowledge? Are we allowed to talk about it here, the number of staff positions that we've asked you to identify?
Yes, we identified that we need to reduce by 1,000 people. And we've already discussed that. We said we're going to focus on attrition, and then I asked that the board provide support in the spring if I have to bring list of names of folks that we need to lay off if we don't accomplish that through attrition this year.
And I think that there was a number associated with beyond attrition that we gave you. Is that public knowledge?
A number beyond attrition?
Yes. Did we ask you to be prepared to reduce positions in Broward County beyond attrition?
Yes, I've expressed that myself.
Did we give you a number?
No, you didn't give me a number. Not that I can recall.
I remember a number.
What's the number?
300. Maybe that was just a conversation.
Yeah,
It's fine. It might not have been
yeah,
anything. That's fine. But let's say that we have a plan to reduce the number of people that work for Broward County Schools. One strategy for that is to reduce by attrition. Another strategy is to look at the size of staffs that we have and say we can take risk here. We did it with SSOs this year. We looked at them and said, hey, we think we can do our safety and security job with fewer SSOs, and we reduce the size of that staff. What I'm scared of is that we're trying to reduce the size of in particular, the supporting staff of Broward County Public School, and at the same time, we're authorizing contractors to come in and do their work. And at the same time, we're going to our collective bargaining agreements and say there's no money in the kitty. I believe what Ms. Hickson said is like a fundamental fact here, which is we need to do whatever we can to look. Is this general fund money, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes.
And so if we don't spend it on contractors, are these funds available for educator compensation?
Probably. I'm not sure. I can't answer that question without hopping in the budget.
Sorry, can we spend general fund money on
Yes.
educator compensation?
You
So,
can.
so if we don't spend it here, we could put it in the pot that we've been chasing for years to have enough money to pay people to continue to work here in an environment where it's just increasingly expensive to live here.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see the justification for this. I don't see us doing the kind of staff analysis of saying we can't do something. If the chief comes to us and says, I need contractors to do it, one reaction back is, what staff are you missing? What do you need to hire? And that kind of analysis doesn't seem to come to us. And that's our job. Our job is to make sure that we have the right number of people to do the mission, and in places where we need a temporary contractor to do a very specialized need things. We do it all the time, don't we, General Counsel, for lawyers? Don't we have hundreds of cadre lawyers that we flow in to handle our 3,000 lawsuits we're in the middle of?
So
I don't know if it's hundreds, but we do have a contract.
But with
I think
all,
the list is pretty big.
With all due respect, Dr. Zeman, we do the same thing. So you're asking, and I'm just going to speak for just one board member here, that you want our analysis as we're working through our org chart, analyzing and assessing the value of employees and what they're doing for Broward County Public Schools, for their bottom line and their responsibility for each one of their divisions and each one of their departments that ultimately impacts kids, that we ultimately bring to you in the springtime so you want that during the entire year.
I do not.
Because that's what we do. We analyze every aspect of personnel before we bring items like this. And so, unfortunately, Mr. Davis is not here, but he would echo the same sentiment that they've gone through their whole entire division to see who has the skill set to do the necessary work, and they assign that work to those people that we do have. But in many situations, we just don't have the folks that can do the skill set, or they need to augment the responsibilities to accelerate the work so it gets done in a timely manner.
I appreciate that. And yes, that's what the board wants. And yes, we want it all the time. And yes, this item doesn't have the justification to do this. Chair, if we table this, what impact would this have on us bringing it back at the next available school board meeting?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Diamond.
We have run out of spend authority, so the consultants that are currently working on the projects that are listed in Appendix E will cease.
I'm sorry. You know,
we have the money.
I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm out of patience. If this staff and this superintendent brings me one more contract that I either approve under duress without justification, or we can't run the school system, I think I'm going to blow my top. Why do we keep getting these contracts where you either approve or the school system shuts down?
Madam Chair, point of order. Please direct your comments through the superintendent.
My comments are to the public, which is, it is way beyond the pale to continue to get contracts that we either pass or awful things happen to our students. That is not how you conduct business in any successful organization. And I'm past the point of being patient about this and just rolling over and saying yes all the time. So I am not going to support either one of these motions, and I hope that my colleagues think very hard about the justification that we need to spend $1.5 or $2.5 million of taxpayers' money.
For clarification, Dr. Zeman, we brought this earlier. This isn't not last week, but before that. We've brought this before. Just for clarification, it's not a last minute thing. This has been before the board before.
Mrs. Alada.
Thank you. So on Appendix E, it gives a scope of the work. Speaking specifically, I'll just name a few of the projects. You have classroom management systems. You have cameras, intercom projects, and everything is scoped out, the cost, software services, So I feel like there's a few things going on here. I understand we don't want to give I think it was 4 million. We want to try to get through the year, be more fiscally responsible, giving them less money to use, but to get the projects done. I mean, we are constantly asking for things like safety and security projects to be executed. So I don't see how we do not give them any money to move forward with these projects. The superintendent said that he would come back with, well, I guess if we have to make a motion on that, but to come back with to do this again, the ITB. And then later on, we can give the additional funding if needed or warranted. But the projects are here. The scope of work is here. This is not, Appendix E does exist. So I would recommend we move forward with this motion and we get these projects completed. And then we can also make another motion to do another ITB.
Thank you, Ms. Pullman.
I agree with that, with Ms. Alhadeff. I understand Dr. Zeman's frustration. I think that recently we have experienced a lot of pushback and the public being unhappy with things that have happened, things that we've passed that we weren't given proper information about. But I also want to caution everyone that we're taking that out on potentially the wrong people here by not passing this. I think that we have to distinguish, the big picture of what we're experiencing, and then the immediate needs of the district and the projects that are in place right now, and things that we absolutely need to continue running the district. So, I think the messaging should be clear. We need better support because we are not in a position anymore to be passing things that we can't absolutely back up and explain to our constituents why we supported it. So, but I don't want to punish the IT department just because they're having to bring their item at this moment. So I will support the motion as well, and I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. I believe we have the student advisor who would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Landon Spellberg, student advisor to the school board. I'm certainly not going to opine on the process part or what's brought to the board, but I want to bring the reality of these projects to the board from a student perspective. Certainly the essentialness of class-wise, line-wise for classroom monitoring. This is something that teachers have been asking for months. This allows teachers to monitor the web content activity of our students, and we have gone for a long time with teachers not having access to this for critical testing, and a major concern of instructional staff and not being able to monitor what students are doing while taking a test. This certainly reduces cheating. When we look at the district surveillance network and district intercom project, we're hearing a lot of feedback from students through school visits and through our surveys about gaps in being able to receive essential safety and security messaging that Chief Gregory and the Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness Department have been addressing. But some of those ability to address are limited by not having access to these resources. In large part because a lot of these systems are older, or they're systems that are located in newer buildings, older buildings that are in a separate system. We're hearing a lot of feedback from students that they're not able to know what's happening during an emergency drill or in an emergency situation because they're disconnected from the rest of the campus. So I just want to bring some, a reality perspective to this, not trying to influence any vote, but for you to know what these projects mean to the students that Jasir and I get to represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Ms. Rupert?
I have a question through the superintendent. Could you ask staff how many people currently are working on intercoms?
Chief Gregory, if you have a specific number.
intercom project, we have two people that are connected with that, contractor and supervision.
Can you explain? Contractor meaning?
Consultant.
Okay.
Consultant agreement.
Which company?
I'd have to check. I know I think we use 2 to 3 different consultants for different projects. I don't have that off the top of my head.
So there's 2 people that are currently working on it, right? And how many people or number of people will we be doing it so we can actually finally start intercoms? Because currently right now, we're not doing intercoms. We're on a hiatus for that.
I don't understand what do you mean by hiatus. We are doing intercoms. I just got an updated report just beginning of this week that we were having staff evaluating intercoms, I believe, at Cooper City. Dr. Strauss had brought up some issues with problems over there. We had staff out there working on intercoms. We have
how about
30
approving
projects. 30 projects have already been assigned to do 2 different intercom companies, and the consultant and staff representatives manage those 2 different contracts and all the permitting that's required to get those projects installed. I'll have to do a follow-up with you exactly on which company does which work, because I don't want to misspeak, but I know that we're doing intercoms, we're doing cameras, and we're doing access control.
Gotcha. I'm not going to be supporting any of the amendments today. I'm not going to be supporting this item. However, I would hope that my colleagues would ask for a full audit of the contracts that are involved with this. And also, we are not able to hold individual people accountable because that's the superintendent's job. So we have to ask questions on this level when we really have information that's more, let's just say, at the level themselves. Security cameras could show you who shows up for work and who never goes into work. So we have the information to look at. So I'm not going to say any more. I just will not support.
Any other board discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Alhadeff, then Dr. Holness.
To Ms. Rupert, I would just say that if you have information that you need to bring it forward, whether it's in a B item or to the superintendent or the OIG, but as a board, we don't have that same information.
I've brought it to the superintendent.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, if this item should fail, it goes back to the original $2 million item, correct? I believe if this motion fails.
If the substitute motion fails.
It goes back to the 2 million.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Bowman?
This is Chair to Dr. Hepburn. Is the information that's been provided to you, that's being alluded to but not presented to us, have you looked into this?
Yes.
Okay. And have you made a...
We reviewed it, and we didn't see any anomalies of concern, and we created a monitoring structure just to make sure whatever the allegations were don't happen in the future. But in our analysis or review of the situation that we received from several people, Mr. Davis and Mr. Gregory's teams reviewed those concerns and didn't find anything alarming, and put in tighter controls and monitoring just to make sure the allegations that we receive don't come to reality in the future.
And whatever the allegations are, would this affect every single contractor that's...
No, it was specific to one contract, one consultant.
Okay.
Yep.
And you have the choice to continue
Correct.
with them or not, and if there's
Correct.
a problem. So to kill the entire item over one, that's what we'd be doing if we're taking this.
Yep, for the most part, yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. Dr. Hepburn, based on Board Member Bullman's comments, can you tell this board definitively that based upon what you've researched, that every employee is working to the fullest efficiency with regards to these consultants?
Let me put it like this, Dr. Holness. For the 20,000 permanent employees and the additional 10 temporary, I'm pretty sure that a percentage of them are not doing what they're supposed to do every day. They're taking, so I can't assure that. What I can assure you is that the concerns came to us, we reviewed them, we didn't find any anomalies that rose to a high level of concern, hence why we pulled this item the first time it came so we can review that. And then we brought it back, and then the board asked us to provide additional information. We are putting in better controls to ensure that the allegations that came to me aren't realized in the future. But I can't guarantee that for employees just across the board in this whole entire district.
Okay, so the question was not for employees across the board. The question was specific to this particular item.
I can't guarantee that for this either. All I can guarantee is that we hire consultants to do something specific, and we have embedded tighter controls to make sure what they're asked to do, that they're actually completing. We went back and reviewed the concerns we received, which is pretty much that consultants weren't doing the work they were asked to do, and that our staff did the work and not them. And so we reviewed that, and we didn't see the review that we didn't identify the concerns that we received.
Okay, so your review confirmed that employees within, or the consultants here, that they were doing exactly what they were tasked to do.
Correct.
And how many consultants are within these these particular consultants that were used? How many workers were within this?
How many workers were with?
How many consultants did we have total that were part of?
We got information about one company. I don't know how many consultants we've used out of that one company.
For that one company, based on your research, the consultants, you have confirmed that the concerns were not credible, and that those consultants were doing 100% or working to the greatest efficiency according to the job they were entitled to do.
I think a better term that I would use is unsubstantiated.
Okay.
Yes.
Any further board discussion? I have a few quick comments. I think, I certainly feel a lot of the sentiments that have been expressed today around us being asked to spend money on contracts, the transparency piece. And I don't think that we are being intentionally misled or people are hiding information. Like, I don't believe that. But I think there is a communication disconnect that we have to address on a few different levels. I think, the information that we're putting in items needs to be cleaner. I think that maybe with some of these higher ticket items, board member walkarounds could be helpful in trying to prevent a lot of the angst that we see on the dais, and to help us help walk us through the different processes and what happens if this doesn't pass, what does this do, and have the venue to talk about allegations that come to us and things like that, and also just presenting information in a digestible way for the public. I also think we're operating in this environment where I think the elephant in the room is the block scheduling and the changes happening in our schools or potentially happening in our schools. And I know, and the superintendent has committed to me and committed to us that he is going to work to reduce the overhead in this building and the positions that are not in schools. And I believe that. But at the same time, the things that are before us right now are things that directly impact schools. So if I'm a member of the public, it feels like to me that the board, the district is constantly making these decisions to approve millions of dollars for contracts or approve raises or job description adjustments and supplements and things like that for people who work here and not in our schools. And I know those things are complicated and nuanced, and people deserve to be paid fairly and all of that, but it just feels like we have to do a better job of prioritizing when we're asking for money for certain things, and also really communicating hard out to our community and our schools what the intention is in terms of the hard decisions we're going to have to make, and how we don't want it to be on the backs of schools and teachers and students. And right now, like when we say that, people don't believe us. So we really have to do a better job of showing people rather than telling. I think with this item, the thing that I really struggle with is the board is being put in a position once again, and it reminds me a little bit of the laptops, in the sense that we're being asked to make a decision that could either harm students if we vote this down, or harm public trust and integrity of this organization. And I will always choose the option that doesn't harm students and teachers, but it really puts us in a risky position. And I don't want to continue having to make those choices, and I don't think that's fair to us, and I don't think it's fair to this district. So I will support the motion, but I think our collective tolerance for these kinds of choices is really at its end. So I hope that we can take that to heart and work on the communication piece and the transparency piece, and people will trust us when we are doing, not talking about we're gonna make cuts, but only making cuts at the schools. Any other board discussion or comment on this item, or on this motion? Sorry, and the motion is to reduce the amount to 2.25. All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. Roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion. School board members: Bowman.
Yes.
Severa. No. Hickson.
No.
Holness.
No.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. No. Thompson. Zeman. No. Alhadeff.
Yes.
Fails 4-5.
All right, so now we're back on the original motion, which is to reduce it to $2 million. Any further board discussion on the original motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion to reduce to $2 million. School board members: Severa. No. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. No. Thompson. Yes. Zeman. No. Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Passes 6-3.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much. If we're going to spend this money, if we're going to spend $2 million between now and the end of June, my sense is that we would like more transparency. And so I'd like to ask the chair to see what kind of report would make sense to the public, so that they can see what contractors being retained, what work they're doing, and how much they're getting paid. And my suggestion to the superintendent would be a monthly report that identifies contractors that are being hired by Broward County Public Schools, and it has 3 columns. It has the name of the contractor firm, not the individual, the amount of money they're getting paid, and the work that they're doing. And I'm wondering if the superintendent finds that progress monitoring too onerous.
Dr. Hepburn?
Not too onerous, but I would say give us opportunity to come up with a better system that's holistic for the district, not just for this item. Like I said, we listen in detail to our board members and reflect after each board meeting about what additional information the board needs to make informed decisions. So it's an iterative process for us, right? last year or 2 years ago, this wasn't the case. I get it. We need to do things better. We need to be way more transparent for our public, as everybody is kind of in the realm of understanding how government should work or getting there. And we want to certainly help them along the way. So I don't think a directive is needed. We're going to go back to our team and see if we can create a dashboard of some sort that's easily accessible by the board and also by the public about things like this, not just for this item, but for whatever other large dollar amount contracted services. As long as the data is readily available to us, we can create a system that's easily accessed.
Would you be willing to bring something back to this board within, say, 30 days on what that might look like, so that we can
absolutely.
get
30 days is
straight again?
Yep.
This was a challenging item. Second item on the same topic. It'll be interesting to see, kind of what comes out of this. And so I look forward to thinking through that. There's been some discussions about auditing this, and I'm not sure that this is necessarily an audit function as much as it is just kind of keeping track of it. And so I look forward to that progress monitoring so that we can come back in 30 days or so and look at what you've come up with and just make our public aware of kind of where we're spending money that are contractors, to make sure that there is a healthy amount of tension between civil servants extending themselves, maybe getting some additional training so that they might do the work, as opposed to a quick cabinet level official budget where that's the level of decisions that are being made on spending taxpayer money. Thank you.
Mr. Cervera? You're good. All right. Any other board discussion on this item? All in favor of the item, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call, please.
Roll call on the item as amended. School Board Members Hickson? Holness?
Yes.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert? No. Thompson? Zeman?
No.
Alhadeff?
Yes.
Bowman?
Yes.
Severa? Passes 6-3.
All right. We will now recess the meeting with all necessary staff to go to a scheduled closed door. Thank you. All right, we are back in session with our special school board meeting. Before we move on to our next item, I'd like to defer to the superintendent to give a brief statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board and I want to thank our teachers, students, and parents for sharing their concerns and feedback regarding the proposed schedule changes. After careful consideration, the school board and I have decided to maintain the current high school AB block schedule with personalization/study hall period, and with middle schools maintaining their current schedules. While we must continue to address the district's financial challenges, we will look for alternative cost-saving opportunities along with the other cost-saving opportunities that we've been leveraging. We will communicate this decision with all stakeholders, and schools will discontinue any work related to changing their current schedule. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Could I have a motion and a second on item 6, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the item.
No comment.
Board comment on the item. We're on the proposed revised job description for workers' comp. Ms. Bowman? Oh, sorry, I thought you were raising your hand. No board comment on the item? Okay. All in favor of item 6, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Item passes with 2 dissenting votes from Ms. Hickson and Ms. Leonardi. Could I have a motion and a second on item 7?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on the item?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment? All in favor of item 7, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. No. Item passes with Ms. Rupert, Ms. Hickson, and Ms. Leonardi dissenting. Item, can I, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I heard more than that.
I am advised by council to do a roll call on item 7.
School board members, Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson, Zeman,
Yes.
Alhadeff,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severa, Hickson.
No.
Passes 6-3.
All right, can I have a motion and a second on item 8?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on item 8.
No, ma'am.
Board member comment. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. So I am a little bit upset about this, and I'm going to explain why. First and foremost, I am a big fan of this program. I thought it did a lot of great and good for this district, for this county, and for other school districts throughout the country that were participating in this. Unfortunately, a mistake was made by the corporate office of the Latinos in Action. They decided that they were going to implement or put some sort of racial quota on attendance for their classes, their extracurricular classes. And we saw initially when this first came to us that language required 80% of the class to be Latino students, and 20% after that can be any other race. Unfortunately, that's a pretty clear violation of Title VI. And this came to us because the district was up for some grant money that we were facing the possibility of losing if we did not terminate the relationship with Latinos in Action. When this initially came up, staff was kind enough to provide us with the contract that the district had signed, as well as some additional paperwork. And I want to make it clear to the public out there that 80-20 threshold did not exist in any contractual agreement that this district had with Latinos in Action. I can also tell you I personally visited several schools within my district that were participating in this program, and there was no such quotas in any of the classrooms that I visited. I saw kids of Asian descent. I saw African American students in there. I saw white students in there. There was no 80-20 quota in any of the classrooms that I visited. What's extremely disturbing to me is when we attempted to reach out to the corporate office or the corporate headquarters of Latinos in Action for clarification and to see if they would fix this issue, we didn't get a response. And apparently, it wasn't just Broward County. It was various other counties within the state and other parts of the country. They could not get an answer or a response from their corporate office. That to me is very disturbing, but it is what it is. However, I want to be crystal clear here, Chair. I am voting in favor of this. And it is not because I was not a fan of the program or I don't think there was value in the program. I will not allow this district to partake in or to engage with any company, any vendor who is breaking the law or is not following federal code. And the evidence that was presented to us by the Federal Department of Education indicated that at some point of time, the Latinos in Action organization made a decision that they were going to have this 80-20 threshold. That is against Title VI. And I'm not going to risk a $30 million grant from the feds that this district desperately needs because these folks decided to do something that the law does not permit. So this whole entire situation saddens me that it has come to this. I am voting in favor of this termination because it is clear that what was done by this organization was not in compliance with Title VI. And again, I want the public to be very, very aware of the following. We have our own contractual agreement. Nowhere in that agreement does Broward County mandate that an 80-20 threshold be implicated in any program in any of our schools that were housing Latinos in Action. That's not how we do business here. We don't discriminate. We don't set racial quotas. We don't do any of that here. We follow the law, and we're certainly going to follow Title VI. This was something that they did at the corporate national level, and for whatever reason, didn't have a straight answer, or quite frankly, any answers as to why that was done. So it does sadden me, Chair, but I am voting in support of this termination for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm so sorry. The student advisor was in queue to speak. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I'd love to hear first.
Thank you. So I try to stay away from any topic that becomes political. But when politics impact children, we've gone too far. Latinos in Action has been a powerful program in our district for many years, with tens of thousands of students impacted by it. High school students have participated in this program. Younger students have been impacted by this program. And LIA has sent a signal to tens of thousands of other students that all students, regardless of ethnicity, race, or gender, are welcomed and respected in our school communities. I'm confident that this will not change, even with the ending of this program. I want to say thank you to the LAA sponsors and most importantly, the LAA students who have created thousands of memories and impactful programs over the years of this program. On behalf of the students who have been impacted by your work, we are grateful. At the end of the day, students are the ones who will be impacted by this the most, and for that, I'm disappointed. We are the ones who sit in the classrooms, who feel the impact when decisions are made in offices far removed from our daily lives. When politics reach into our schools and affect the programs that shape who we all lose. Latinos in Action has been more than an extracurricular. It's been a lifeline for so many of our students and created communities where every student knows they belong. Students will continue to carry the lessons, friendships, and inspirations of LAA forward because no decision can erase the impact of what we've learned. And we will continue to demand that our schools remain spaces where every student, without exception, feels seen, supported, and valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman, and then our board counsel wants to make a statement as well.
And I would defer to her first. She may be answering my question, if that's okay, Chair.
She was reminding us of the recommended action.
So the item before you is to approve the termination without cause of the agreement between the school board and Latinos in Action. So I just want to clarify for the public that this is a termination without cause.
Terrific. Chair, if I could, what will replace this program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so we got many options. Right now, the academic team is working with the schools to find a comparable option with a specific curriculum, but there's critical thinking courses, other leadership courses that students can be embedded to, but they're working with the schools to find a good comparable option that works for them if they haven't already chosen something yet.
And I wonder, Chair, if the superintendent has an assessment on those comparable options on whether they're as good or better than the current Latino in Action program?
No, I couldn't say they're as good or bad. It's just a different program or a different curriculum per se. Latinos in Action does a good job in what they actually do, so it's definitely not that, but something comparable to help students with leadership skills or other activities that they want to get engaged in.
Thank you. And Chair, Mr. Cervera gave a history of this. What is the risk of losing federal funding if we continue to offer this program?
We lose about approximately $30 million for our MSAP grant that supports many of our magnet programs around the district.
I just have to, kind of be consistent in my views about doing what's best for students. There was no program in Broward County that discriminated based on ethnicity, race, color, or any of the other federal protected conditions. It is unfortunate that there was a remnant on one website that suggested otherwise, but this is not fair or just to challenge a district with a $30 million bill. It reminds me very much of the Florida Department of Education threatening us with all kinds of things if we didn't capitulate on a lawsuit that we had in terms of the allocation of capital fundings as a result of the referendum. I voted against that. I voted against every contract that has come to this board that would distribute those funds. At some point, we have to call these things out for what they are. This is damaging to our students. It is something that this board may have to do, but this is not fair or just. It doesn't do better for the students. It doesn't correct any errors in the Latino in Action program, which does not discriminate or violate Title VI or any other federal law. And for that purpose, I'm going to vote against this action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Mr. Cervera.
May I thank you? A couple of things, Chair, if I may. First and foremost, it wasn't just quote unquote one website. It was the Latinos in Action website, like their corporate website that had this language on there, which to me is very disturbing. Because it's quite clear that anybody who deals with Title VI issues or any type of discriminatory issues, you can't put race quotas on things like that. So this wasn't like an off-putting blog, or this wasn't like, some third-party website. This was the LatinosInAction.org website that had this language on there that should have never been on there. And perhaps most disturbing to me is when they were called out on it. Instead of saying, hey, we messed up, we're going to issue a new mandate. We're not going to discriminate against anybody. Anybody is free to join Latinos in Action, no matter what your race is, no matter what your ethnicity is. We are all encompassing and we are all welcoming. They could have done that. They could have changed their mantra. They could have put that on the website. They could have done all that. They ignored us. And Mr. Superintendent, let me ask you, I know when this initially went down a couple months ago at this point, we were not getting any responses. Have we ever received in this district a formal response to any of our inquiries from Latinos in Action when we questioned them on why they would put this race quota on their website?
Mr. Sullivan.
I'm going to look at General Counsel. I just want to make sure my responses aren't going to jeopardize the board since it is termination for convenience.
So the purpose of me reading the recommended action is to ensure that we are aware that this is a termination without cause. It's a termination for convenience. So we're not giving reasons as to the termination. The recommendation before you is without cause.
So Superintendent, based on that response, I don't believe staff should respond.
Noted. What was the question again, just to clarify?
If they ever responded to our inquiries.
General Counsel? Yeah. Yes or no question? For me personally, I haven't gotten anything formal. I don't know if...
Okay, well, I will tell you, I haven't either.
There has been some communications between us and the organization.
Let me ask General Counsel, because obviously I certainly don't want to go against your advice, nor do I want to put the district in any type of position that would be harmful to us in the event that there is litigation, which I'm hopeful there won't be, and I'm not anticipating based on everything I've heard and seen. One of the reasons that I believe that we need to disassociate ourselves with this organization is because there was an allegation made that was brought to our attention by the feds that a race quota was placed on their direct website stating that 80% of the kids in the program had to be Hispanic or Latino and 20% could be all other races and ethnicities. When we reached out for clarification as to whether or not that is in fact something that they abide by, why they did that, please provide additional explanations. Is that still a thing? Was this a mistake? Was it a typo? Was it a Scrivener's error? We asked all those questions, and I don't believe we ever got a formal direct response. If I am wrong about that, I would like to know, because part of my rationale for voting the way I intend to vote on this is they never addressed the issue. They never offered an explanation. They never said yay or nay. I have not seen anything. I've seen our letters to them. I have not seen anything else in return. I would like to know if they tried to justify this, or is it their position that that was a bold-faced lie that never happened? I think we have a right to know this information, and that, quite frankly, could affect my decision or my vote and my colleagues' vote on the dais right now. So I would like to know that, respectfully, I would like to know that information. If we need to table this and somebody needs to send me an email with the explanation, I would be fine with that. But it's not good enough to say we received something without telling me what it was, because the last time I checked up on this, I know this has been several months in the making, we didn't actually get a response from them that addressed the issue and the accusations that the Federal Department of Education was alleging against them. So let me put it this way. If a formal response was given and an explanation was given, and we don't want to disclose it for litigation purposes or whatever it was, I would ask that we table this and that be disseminated to the board so they can look at this. Let's go back to item 1. So at least we have an idea of what was said, and maybe that will impact people's votes.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the motion? Board discussion on the motion?
If I may.
Can I just make one more comment? So the recommendation before you today is a termination without cause. If we get into a discussion about reasons, about fact patterns, about what happened, what didn't happen, I think that goes against what the recommendation is before you today. So my recommendation would be to treat it as a termination without cause, which you don't give reasons and rationale and backup for, if that is what you intend to do with this recommendation. Or you would be looking at a different item if you were to get into that discussion.
To my question to that is, have we already waded in those waters by this discussion today?
I think we're coming close, and I think we're dangerously close to not having a termination without cause.
Board discussion on the motion to table this item? I think it was moved by Mr. Cervera and seconded by Ms. Rupert. All right, all in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
No. Motion fails. Do we need to do a roll call?
I believe the two dissenters was Ms. Rupert and Mr. Cervera.
Okay. You still have the floor, Mr. Cervera.
Yeah, from where we are now, I'm going to utilize the information that was given to me in the past. I've seen no indication that a formal response addressing our concerns was ever issued. So I haven't been told otherwise. So I'm going to use the information that was given, and I want to make very clear from my vote, I am not against this organization. I am very much in favor of this organization. I think it's an important one. I think it does a lot of great things for our students. You heard from Landon some of the experiences that he's been involved in. He's been told them from his colleagues at some of these schools. What I am not in favor of is being in concert or being in agreement or having relationships with companies that are violating federal law and losing potential millions and tens of millions of dollars because of those violations in federal law. So I've said my piece. Thank you.
Ms. Pullman?
Thank you. This is a termination without cause.
That is correct.
Based on correspondence that we received
From the Department of
Education threatening to pull $30 million from us.
Correct.
So we're not going to whether or not we like the organization or not, this is a directive that's attaching $30 million to us. So I don't know that how we personally feel about how great the organization is really has any bearing on it. It's just a matter of, do we want to jeopardize $30 million or not? And also, if we do, and we're going to wade into that waters, are we willing to get into that? And I personally am not. I think that we just need to make the decision and be done with it and follow our general counsel.
Any further board discussion? I have a question for Dr. Hepburn. I'm aware that we corresponded with the DOE to send them a copy of our contract, which was not in violation of any law. Did we receive a response from the federal government?
Yes. If you can detail the response, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, we provided my first response to my first formal response to them was a copy of the contract. That did not satisfy their concerns.
So they did respond to that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I just want to amplify our student advisor's words. This has been a tremendous program for our students. It is really disturbing that this is happening now, and it is harmful to students, getting rid of this program. And I hope that, Dr. Hepburn, we can find a way to continue this work because it really has been so valuable. I see Dr. Zeman's hand.
Thank you, Chair. If we vote this item down, is there any risk of talking about the conditions by which we turned it down? Aren't the fears about anything we say about termination for cause only applicable if in fact we terminate without cause?
Ms. Jack Adams? Sorry, Ms. Moore.
So bear in mind, this is a public meeting. It is recorded, and Latinos in Action do have counsel. And so whatever you publicly discuss could be heard by anyone and used by anyone for any future.
Right, but I'm asking a specific question. If this item gets voted down and we don't cancel this contract without cause, we can't be sued by Latinos in Action for canceling for cause because we didn't cancel it. I'm just clarifying that.
That's correct. You would still have a contract.
Thank you. Second question is, if the federal government calls a county agency and says we're going to withhold $30 million of funds because of X, and X is not true, Can, in fact, we challenge the withdrawal of the $30 million?
You can challenge it, but staff would have to evaluate that risk and make a business decision, which is what they've provided to the board today.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Any further board discussion? All in favor of that item say, oh, sorry.
Is there any evidence that's been presented to this district that the statements made in the federal DOE letter with the 80-20 ratio was in fact not true?
Mr. Sullivan.
The majority of our conversations with Latinos in Action has been around termination for convenience.
The wants to correct the record or clarify the record. It is what it is. I was told that numerous correspondence were sent out, and we did not get much of a response, if any, in regards to the allegations. So from what I'm hearing, some of my colleagues thinks that the federal government just made this up. It is what it is. I would assume that the feds have better things to do with their time than make up allegations against organizations affecting Broward County, but it is what it is. So I'm going to go with the information that was given to me, because apparently I'm not permitted to see any exculpatory evidence to the contrary. Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor of the item, say aye. All opposed, say no. No. 2 passes, 2 dissenting vote. 3 is, let's do a roll call.
Roll call on item number 8. School board members Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. No. Thompson. Yes. Zeman.
No.
Ahodef.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Severa. Hickson.
Yes.
Honus.
Yes.
Passes 6-3.
All right. Can I have a motion and a second on item 1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 1.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. I currently do not see her in the audience.
Okay. Board discussion on item number 1.
Are we supposed to share our thoughts on finalists, Chair?
Yeah, so, well, maybe let me, if you'll indulge the kind of summary of the Legal Services Council meeting, committee meeting, and what the proposals are. So we met last week, I believe. We reviewed the applications. Again, there were 6 qualified applicants. We proposed that at this meeting we select 3 candidates. We would go around and name the 3 candidates we would like to move forward with for interviews. The initial proposal was that the week of December 8th we would interview candidates. I think that's a discussion we maybe need to have today, is if we'll have the capacity to do that or if we need to push it back an additional week. And, we outlined kind of what that process would look like. So I guess, yeah, I mean, I imagine my colleagues were able to review the applications that were sent. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if staff wants to speak to if they're ready to take the tally of, the three finalists for each board member.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Ruckelman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Hepburn. Yes, we are ready to take the tallies if you are ready to give us your recommended candidates.
Okay. So Dr. Zeman, if you're ready.
I am. I spent time kind of reviewing these. In my mind, there are 3 candidates of the 6 that are really just break away from the others. Not that all 6 aren't fully qualified and might do a world-class job, but Thomas Falkenberg, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Pendley all have the kind of experience that makes sense to be finalists for the General Counsel. They not only have distinguished academic backgrounds, but they've worked at law firms, at school boards, at significant-sized school boards. I like the fact that we have 2 external candidates and 1 internal candidate, and so I'm just going to throw that out for beginning. Thomas Falkenberg, Kathleen Jacques Adams, if I could use my very awful French, and Kevin Penley.
Okay. Is anyone else prepared to give their names or discussion? Ms. Hickson?
Yes, and are we limited to 3? Can we have 4?
So the item says, well, I guess the item did not say. So the initial recommendation from the Legal Services Committee was to choose 3 to move forward with. It's up to my colleagues, I suppose, if you want to move forward with 4.
Okay, I have 4, and then we can go from there, because I do think we had an internal candidate, and I believe they deserve an interview. So I would say Ms. Jacques Adams, Kathy Dupuy Bruno, and Kevin Penley, and Kimberly Dutch. Oh, why does that say not qualified? I guess I...
Yeah, so the 2, there are 2 at the bottom that are not qualified.
Okay, because I didn't see that when I first went through it, but my bad. So I guess I only have 3 then.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Ms. Hickson said Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Penley. Go ahead, Ms. Bowman.
Great minds think alike. Ms. Hickson?
Okay. So Ms. Bowman says Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Penley. Ms. Rupert?
I hit it. Same.
Okay, so Ms. Rupert says Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Penley.
Yep, thank
My other colleagues prepared? Go ahead, Dr. Holness.
Okay, I have Kathy Bruno, Kevin Penley, and Captain Jack Adams.
Okay, so you weren't speaking to the mic, so I'll just repeat. Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Penley for Dr. Holness. Ms. Thompson has the same, so Ms. Thompson has Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Penley. Mr. Cervera? Same, Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Penley, and I will have the same. So I think, oh, sorry, Ms. Alhuda, I'm so sorry.
Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Thomas Falkenberg, and Kevin Penley.
Okay. And then I had Kathy Dupuy Bruno, Kathleen Jacques Adams, and Kevin Penley. So staff, I think we were all kind of marking down on our charts, but staff?
We had 9 that selected Kevin Penley, 8 that selected Kathleen Jacques Adams, 8 that selected Kathy Dupuy Bruno, and 2 that selected Thomas Falkenberg.
Okay, so are we ready to move forward with those 3 candidates? Okay, so then the next piece that I wanted us to discuss is the interview process and the timeline for that. So the original proposal was to do that the week of December 8th. We voted today to have 2 workshops that week. So I am curious to know with my colleagues if they have the capacity. We would do 1 day of one-on-one interviews with each candidate, and then 1 day of public interviews with the board interviewing the candidates publicly, one by one. Ms. Thompson?
What would the time frame be? Because I have MPO, and we talked about how Wednesday there's the debate luncheon and the Hall of Fame. So is this like a 4 or 5 hour thing? Is this like if I'm available in the afternoon but not in the morning, is that flexible?
I think it depends on staff. I mean, the one-on-one interviews are flexible. We'll only be interviewing one person. That I don't know how long they would last. When we did the superintendent interviews, they weren't more than 30 minutes. So I think the public interviews and the public deliberation on the separate day would take longer. So again, like, I don't know, I can make myself available the week of the 8th, but I know that everyone's schedules are difficult, and we just added the extra workshop. So if we need to move to December 5th, the week of December 15th, we could.
One of the advantages of that is we don't have a school board meeting that week, right? The December 15th does not have us.
Yes, the 16th we have our regular school board meeting scheduled.
Terrific. I apologize. I just didn't have it in my calendar yet because it wasn't official. But so if we did it, would it be Wednesday through Friday so that we could get all the interviews in a public meeting?
Yeah, so I would imagine that because we will also have to pay for travel for the interviews, so we would want to do it back to back. So like the 17th and 18th, yeah, like a Wednesday and Thursday, or a Thursday and Friday. So that's my understanding.
Would we like to invite the candidates to watch a school board meeting on Tuesday the 16th, or would we like to not have them come to a school board meeting?
That would be an additional day of travel, hotel rooms that we would be paying for.
I understand.
So they can watch online.
Amen.
Okay, so Ms. Thompson says she could do the 10th and 11th or 11th and 12th.
I've already signed up for the debate luncheon, and that's about kids. I don't want to have to give that up to do.
Are you available 11 and 12, though? Thursday, Friday?
Yes, I would be available the 11th, and I think as long as it's after 8:30 on the 12th.
Okay. Does the 11th and 12th not work for anyone here today and or staff? Dr. Holness?
I have about 5 things scheduled on the 11th, and I would have to see how I can move those around, and I'm not sure yet.
Okay, so Dr. Holness has a scheduling issue on the 11th.
Right, I may be able to move those around. I'll just send a text to Ms. Janice and see how we can make it work.
And again, the time commitment, Chair, is hour and a half on the first day. If we did 3 back-to-back 30-minute interviews, and then a meeting on Friday to discuss their candidacies, maybe for 2 hours.
And to vote, yes. To do public interviews of the candidates, and then to vote on
So
selecting.
maybe 4 hours on the second day we would reserve.
Depends how long we talk.
Yeah.
Ms. Al-Hadaf and then Ms. Thompson.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to add Thomas Falkenberg to the list of candidates.
Second.
Public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion?
He has worked for the United States Department of Education for over 11 years.
Any other board discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor of the motion?
Wait, can I just, sorry.
Yeah, go
one more
ahead,
thing.
sorry.
I just also think, this is a big decision, obviously, and I just think the more candidates that we have to choose from, because honestly, what happens too is some people just back out. And I'd rather have more to choose from than less.
Mr. Cervera, then Ms. Hickson.
May I inquire, the last time the district went through this, what the pool of applicants or candidates were that got to the stage that we're at right now? For general counsel.
Ms. Hickson.
There was one lady, and then she backed out because we wouldn't do a supermajority to fire her in the contract.
So we got one candidate last time?
No, Marilyn was a candidate, right?
No, she was the interim.
She was not.
She was basically task assigned.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've effectively tripled our candidate pool as of right now. Okay.
Any other board discussion on the motion?
Yeah.
Ms. Hickson.
So we went through an exercise. There were only 2 people who picked that particular person, so I don't think it warrants adding a 4th person since the direction initially was 3 people. So I would prefer, I'm going to vote to stay with the 3 that we have.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to get the input of the committee on since you've guided this process to this point, as to what the committee believes if this adding this individual would increase the opportunity for the candidate we're looking for.
So I can speak, for myself, and then my colleagues can speak up. I was impressed by Mr. Falkenberg's resume. I plan to vote yes on the motion. I think, it just adds an additional 30 minutes of the one-on-one and then an additional interview, public interview. So I don't mind having more people to talk to on this. I don't know if Ms. Pullman or Mr. Cervera wanted to speak to this.
So as far as Mr. Falkenberg is concerned, obviously an impressive resume. He's been currently a litigator with the U.S. Department of Justice, I guess operating out of Columbia, South Carolina. Very impressive credentials, meets, I believe, the majority of the requirements, if not all. My only issue with him, and I shouldn't say issue is a strong word. My only rationale for not including him within my 3 individuals was the lack of experience in education law and education type settings and school type settings and things that you would expect your general counsel to do on the day-to-day. He seems very much to be a very capable, experienced federal prosecutor. However, I'm not sure that the core of his experiences and his history and everything that he's been doing with the government for the last, I think, like 20 years, if I'm not mistaken, is really going to allow him to come into this position as well equipped as the other 3 individuals that I voted for. And this is not a knock on this gentleman. Like I said, I was very impressed with him. And if I'm not mistaken, when we ranked initially, before we had Ms. Jock Adams, I believe, I think maybe 2 of us.
I fought for him, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, he was definitely there before Ms. Jock Adams came into the mix. But I would give, obviously, deference to her, considering what her position has been, if we're only able to choose 3.
Ms. Pullman.
Well, Mr. Cervera said it well. I think that to Ms. Aladef's point, I don't think it's going to hurt us to do one more interview. He is highly qualified, and it'll be, it'd be good to see another personality and what it looks like. I mean, I agree with Mr. Cervera, the points of, the actual experience, but he does have a lot of legal experience. He worked for the Department of Education. He might be a superstar when we bring him in. He might have amazing managerial skills and things of that nature. So I don't think it's going to hurt us to also talk to him.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thompson, were you on the list for this piece, or?
Oh, no,
Okay. All right. Dr. Zeman?
This candidate is different. He's not someone currently working for a school district, but he looks like a brilliant lawyer. He's very experienced. Penn undergrad, which is almost impossible to get into if anyone's ever tried, and University of Florida for law school. And then after that, another 32 years of experience. Here's somebody that really, and what I like about this idea is he is different than the other 3. So instead of having, folks, who have been involved in school districts in a general counsel or task assigned or senior lawyer role, it would be interesting to see someone who's just a brilliant lawyer come here and talk. But he's not just a brilliant lawyer. He worked at the Federal Department of Education. And he's been a prosecutor, and he's worked in several different law firms. So I just feel like it'd be nice to have like a varsity lawyer, like come in and kind of stand next to the other 3 candidates and see which way we'd like to go. He's just a different kind of candidate, Chair.
Okay. Anyone else?
And for the record, I was giving my opinion based on the fact that we were only allowed to select 3. I'm not indicating how I'm going to vote on the motion. I actually Well, the original directive was 3. We're now voting to add a 4th.
But would he have been your 4th?
So he would have been my 4th. There we go. Yeah, he would have been my 4th. So I don't want it to look at it. I'm talking about it in a negative light. These were my 3. This would be my 4th.
All right. Any additional discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion. School board members: Rupert. Thompson. Yes. Zeman.
Yes.
Ahdef.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Severa. Hickson. No?
No, sorry.
Honus.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
7-2 passes.
Okay, so just to confirm, we will be moving forward interviewing Kathy Dupuy-Bruno, Thomas Falkenberg, Kathleen Jack Adams, and Kevin Penley. Back to the discussion of scheduling the one-on-one and public interviews. Ms. Thompson?
I would just ask if there's any way for the public part to be in the afternoon because I have a school visit I had to change because we added the workshop. However, if all 8 of you can be there, then I will just be late.
Okay. So we're looking at the 11th and 12th to schedule the one-on-ones for the 11th and then the public interview the 12th. Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, Ms. Janice worked magic and rescheduling all my 5 appointments, so I'm available on the 11th.
Okay.
What time were we going to do it on the 11th?
So the 11th would be the one-on-one interview, so you could work with staff to schedule those interviews.
For us. Okay. Thank you.
And I heard a request from Ms. Thompson for the 12th to do the public interview and board vote in the afternoon. So I don't object to that. I don't know if anyone else does.
What time would be the earliest you could? Okay.
So noon.
I have tickets to something I can't. I have to be done by 5.
I'm worried about public participation, Chair. And you said you have a school visit that morning. Is that what you said the conflict is? I suspect that might be able to be rescheduled. I don't know. But what I'm worried about is can we get people here to meet these people and to participate? I suspect Friday afternoon is harder to get people than starting at 10 or so in the morning where, a bulk of people have got time. So what's our sense of having an active public participation in this on the time of day?
So I think that unless you're doing it at 6 o'clock in the evening, you're going to have trouble getting people. I think, I think public participation is difficult no matter what. I mean, if we schedule it in the afternoon or in the morning, it's during the workday. So there's the argument to be made that.
Yes, ma'am.
So unless my colleagues want to have something at 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, no. I'm trying to make sure that everyone can be there. So that's my priority.
So starting at noon might be the idea?
Ms. Hickson?
Just a quick question. What does public participation look like? Because when we look for the superintendent, there was real structure to that. So what are we expecting to happen? How are we going to let the public know what our expectations are?
So I believe Dr. Zeman brought up the issue of public participation. I think what he was discussing, what he was alluding to was public comment.
Only, yeah. This is not the superintendent chair where, the public's interaction with them is so critical. This is someone who works for us. Right. And I think, if we run a great interview process for those 2 days, we should be able to get to a good point at the end of Friday.
So looking at that at noon, so it would be a special school board meeting on that day, right? And it would be open to public comment, and then it would just go to the board discussion and vote. I just want to be really clear when we say public, what we're looking for from the public so that they don't come with a different expectation.
And just because I want us to be clear as well, would there be public comment during the interview piece? I don't think we've ever done that. No. So the public comment would be during the vote, the board vote piece, not the public interview piece.
And are both of those, because we're voting, they're both special school board meetings?
I don't know if staff can speak to how we advertise the public interviews with the superintendent searches, if they were special school board meetings or.
I'm sorry, are we talking about the one-on-one meetings?
No, that when we interviewed the superintendent candidates, we all sat around and we asked questions. They answered. Was that a special school board meeting?
We would probably call it a special school board meeting, and it would be, yes, publicly noticed.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we all leave with the same expectation.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Yeah, I'm having major conflicts here. The 11th and the 12th are the only ones that are kind of workable. I have a doctor's appointment that's kind of a key appointment, but that's not until like 12. And then I see we have the KCW sweet treats that day as well. I could do that morning on the 11th up until probably like till 11. Then I'd have to leave to get up to Palm Beach. Friday, I'm wide open, the 12th.
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about the 11th because we can all work with staff to schedule those interviews.
Okay.
It would be the one-on-one interviews for the 11th. The 12th is the meeting, the special school board meeting where we would be, again, publicly interviewing the candidates and then voting to select a general counsel candidate.
And Friday the 12th is not good?
Yes. No, yeah, that was what we were discussing.
Yeah, I'm perfect for Friday the 12th.
Okay. All right. So everyone is good that we will do our one-on-one interviews on the 11th and the public interview and vote on the 12th at noon. Okay.
Perfect. Thank
I guess to staff, do we need to make any amendments to the item to specify that, or are we okay to move forward to vote on the item as is? Or as amended?
No, you're fine to move forward with your candidates and determining your time frame.
Microphone.
Okay. Well, I guess to council, do we need to make a motion?
Make a motion.
Yeah.
I think you just want to make a motion to solidify what you discussed.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we handle individual interviews on Thursday and the group meeting on Friday starting at noon.
Second. Public comment on the motion. Board discussion on the motion. Mr. Cervera.
Can we conduct our personal interviews over Zoom if we choose, or do we need to physically be present?
I don't have an issue with doing interviews on Zoom. I don't know if any of my colleagues object to other colleagues doing their interviews on Zoom. So.
Is that a yes, or you want to speak?
No, I don't object. I just was wondering, are we allowed to bring a friend into the interview?
I believe that was outlined in the item. If it wasn't, then that's my mistake. Yeah, so that would be, some of us did that when we did the superintendent interview. So if you want to bring a stakeholder to the interview, that is certainly permitted.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. And then I need to make a motion on naming the candidates? Okay. So I move that we interview Kathy Dupuy-Bruno, Thomas Falkenberg, Kathleen Jack Adams, and Kevin Penley as finalists for the general counsel position.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Any additional discussion on the item? All in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. I believe we have exhausted all of the items on this agenda. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.